Morning on the record. Welcome to the Ashland Municipal Court. Now, you've all been summoned here today to serve as prospective jurors in a criminal case captioned State of Ohio versus Cynthia Benner. And obviously, the first thing that we have to do when we have a jury trial is select a jury. And there are some formal instructions that I'm going to read to you that the state of Ohio requires that I read to all prospective jurors here in a moment. But it's usually our practice here in this court to have a little conversation informally first, because I don't think the formal instructions really explain very much. And so I want to take a couple minutes to explain to you how the process is going to work so that you understand it as we go through it. I will tell everyone in this case, you look around, you can see we got a lot of jurors here. A lot more jurors than we would normally call for a misdemeanor case. And the reason that I've done that is that I expect this case to take at least 2 days. And that doesn't happen usually in this court. Normally we get done in a day. So we've called extra jurors just to make sure that we have enough people here to get a jury selected. And I want you to keep that in mind. I'm very certain we're going to be here Thursday, and we may be here Friday. So, as you're thinking about what's going on in your life and whether you can serve in this jury or not, I want you to have fair notice that this is going to be a 2-day trial, might be 3. Now, the court and the council will do everything we can to expedite it. We always do, and I think we're pretty efficient, but I want you to be aware of that. Now, the way this process is going to work is, in a few minutes, Mr. Krausman, who's the bailiff, is going to call the first 9 of you forward. In misdemeanor criminal cases, we need 8 jurors. I'm going to seat an alternate. I don't want to risk a mistrial if someone gets sick, since we're going to go 2 days. Mr. Krausman will call those people forward. Now, you've been selected and placed in random order by a computer process. If Rick calls your name, you'll come up here, and he's going to direct you to an assigned seat in the jury box. And then I'm going to ask you a few basic questions once we have the 9 initial jurors seated, designed to try and figure out if you are what we call qualified to serve as a juror. Now, it's very unlikely that you wouldn't be, because if you were not qualified, you probably wouldn't have been summoned here today. But there might be something about this particular case that would disqualify you. So I'll ask you a few basic questions. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Malone, who's here on behalf of the state prosecuting the case. And he will also ask a few questions. And then I will turn it over to Attorney Mayer, who's representing the defendant. And she will also have the opportunity to question the 9 folks in the box. In this court, we limit the examination of jurors to the 9 people in the box. If I let the attorneys question everybody, or I questioned everybody, we wouldn't pick this jury today. We would spend the whole day picking a jury. We're not going to do that. We will pick this jury by meeting. And once we have our 9 jurors, everyone else will be free to go. The only way I can get away with that, and limiting counsel, limiting myself to questioning the jurors in the box, is if the rest of you who are not in the box will pay attention to the questions that are asked by the court and by the lawyers, even though you're not up here. And think about what responses you would have to those questions and be prepared to give them. Because I will guarantee you some of those first 9 folks are going to be excused. They might all be excused, but certainly some of them will be. And as each one of those people is excused for whatever reason, Mr. Krausman is going to call the next person on his list, and that might be you. And if you're called up to replace somebody, I need to be able to ask you, did you hear all the questions that were asked by the court and the lawyers? Did you hear anything that you would have responded to? And I need you to be able to tell me, yes, I heard this question, and if I was up here, this is what I would have said. And that way we can get through it in about 1/4 the time that it would otherwise take. Now, I want to, before we get started, express the court's appreciation to everybody. We had 1 no-show this morning, and that was a gentleman who just forgot, and he went to work, and we called him, and he was prepared to turn, very apologetic. He was prepared to leave work and turn around and come back, and I told him not to worry about it. We'll get him next time. But that's really quite remarkable, that you can summon 40 people for jury duty and only 1 of them doesn't show up. I think it says something about our community. And I want you all to understand, I really appreciate that. And I'm sure the state does. I'm sure that Mrs. Benner does as well. And I'm sure it's inconvenient. I'm sure you all have other things that you'd rather be doing in the next couple of days. I don't. I actually enjoy having jury trials. It's probably my favorite thing to do. But I'm sure that's not true of any of you. I just want you to know we appreciate that sacrifice that every one of you is making. And someday you might need to have a jury decide something in your life or for a member of your family. And I'm sure you would want people like yourselves to do what you've done, and that is be willing to come in and provide that service, which I think is the most important service people can have. There's nothing more important than justice in our society. So just know that we appreciate it. We try to repay you for that by not wasting your time. So that being said, I will stop talking, and Mr. Krausen will call the first 9.
May I have Jeremiah Lehman? This way, please, sir. Top row, all the way in the corner. Thank you. Bryce Beck. Thank you, sir. 4th chair over, top row. Donald Casper. Fourth chair over, sir. Thank you. Mr. Casper, the next one, 3rd chair. Joshua Benner. Next chair, please, sir. Top row. Michael Wright.
Pardon?
Michael Wright. And sir, you're on the end, top row, please. Michael Newcomer. Thank you. Fourth chair over, please, sir, bottom right. Kevin Wilfong. Thank you, sir. Good one. 3rd chair, bottom row, please. Thank you. Harold Mercer. Next chair, please, sir. Bottom row. Which chair? Harold Mercer. I'm sorry. Kyle Hodge. And you're on the end, sir, right here. Thank you.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read to you the formal instructions that the state of Ohio requires that I read to all prospective jurors. You've been summoned here today to serve as prospective jurors in a criminal case involving charges of dereliction of duty by a law enforcement officer. The state of Ohio and the defendant are entitled to jurors who will approach this case with open minds and who will agree to keep their minds open until such time as a verdict is reached in this case. Jurors must be as free as humanly possible from bias, sympathy, and prejudice, and must not be influenced by preconceived ideas, either as to the law or as to the facts. You are undoubtedly qualified to serve as a juror. However, there may be something that could disqualify you in this particular case. At this time, the court and the attorneys will ask you some questions. These questions are not designed to pry into your personal affairs, but rather to discover if you have any knowledge of this case, if you have any preconceived opinions that you cannot reasonably be expected to lay aside, or if you have had any experiences in your own lives that might cause you to identify yourself closely with either party. These questions are necessary to assure each party a fair and impartial jury. Now, if during this process, which we call voir dire, the attorneys call it voir dire, if during this voir dire process any of you are asked a question that you feel is embarrassing to you or overly invasive in your personal affairs, I don't have any reason to believe that's going to happen in this case, but if it does, I want you to know that you can tell the court that. And I probably can't protect you from answering the question, but I can clear everybody else out of the courtroom and let you answer the question in private if you'd like, so that you won't feel embarrassed by it. I'm going to begin the process, but first I'm going to administer to everyone an oath regarding their answering of questions during this process. And if any of you are uncomfortable taking oaths and you would prefer to affirm that you answer the questions honestly, you are certainly welcome to do that. Can I get everyone to rise, please, and raise your right hand for me? Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will answer truthfully and honestly all questions directed to you during this jury selection process, and that you will do so to the best of your knowledge, belief, and understanding? If you do, please signify by saying, I do. I do. Thank you. Please be seated. Is there anybody in the jury box right now who does not, at this moment, live in Ashland County, Ohio? Perhaps you've relocated since you got your summons? Nobody? Anybody ever been convicted of a criminal offense that carried with it a maximum possible term of incarceration of 12 months or more? In other words, a felony. Anybody ever been convicted of a felony? Is there anybody in the jury box who has ever been on a jury before? We always get a few. Yes, sir, Mr. Is it Mercer? Wolfong. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wolfong. When was your jury service?
It's probably been 8 years ago.
In this court?
Yes.
You know what type of case it was, you remember?
DUI.
All right. Was the jury able to reach a verdict?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I guess it was a hung jury, to be honest with you.
Okay, so you were not able to reach a verdict. All right. Do you remember if either Mr. Malone or Attorney Mayer participated in this trial?
I do not believe so.
Okay. Anything about that experience that you think would affect your ability to be fair and impartial here today?
No.
Sometimes, hung juries are not a lot of fun, and it can get contentious back there, and people get upset. That didn't leave you with bad feelings about the process?
It was frustrating a lot of it, but nothing that lingers on.
Well, sometimes a hung jury is my opinion, the right result. That just happens. It's part of the process. Obviously today, different participants, different defendant, different statute, different charge, different facts, different law. Do you think that you can decide, if you're on this jury, this case, based on the law and the evidence that you hear today, and not be affected by your participation in that previous trial?
I do.
All right. I want you to know, Mr. Wolfong, that it's our policy here that if you were to serve on this jury, which would be your second jury service, the court would be willing to excuse you from future jury service. You don't have to be excused if you don't want, and that would apply to anybody that's been on a jury before. If you serve in this case and you want to be taken off the list, you talk to the clerk after the trial's over, and we'll take you off the list, because I feel like that's enough. Anybody else ever been on a jury before? In the box? Okay. Anybody in the box who has, any medical conditions that make it difficult for you to sit for extended periods of time? Yes, sir. Mr. Hodge?
I'm ADHD.
What's that?
I'm ADHD, and I have a really hard time sitting still,
Okay.
so that's not very.
But it's not, you don't become in pain or it's not physically discomfortable for you.
No, I start sweating really profusely and have anxiety.
Okay. Does that make it hard for you to concentrate?
Feel imagine so, yes.
Okay. When does that, like, start? How long can you sit still without being affected by that?
Depends.
Do you take medication to
Right
control
now, I'm
that?
sweating, just sitting here, palms are sweating. No, I haven't been diagnosed with it since I was a child, but.
So you don't take any medication for that?
No.
Okay. Well, if you were to be on this jury, Mr. Hodge, and you were to feel that, you were it was getting to the point where you were having trouble concentrating, what I need is the jurors to pay attention. I need them to be awake. I need them to be listening to the testimony. If you were getting to a point where it was becoming hard for you to do that, would you be willing to let me know that? We could take a break?
Yeah.
Would that help to take a break?
I've never been in this situation before, so I can't tell you.
Okay. Well, that's fair enough. Are you employed?
Yeah, I work a minimum of 65 hours a week.
And you're able to function at work?
Yep, because I'm constantly on move.
What do you
No lunch,
do?
no breaks. I'm a mechanic. I run a repair facility in Shelby, Ohio.
Okay. I'll let counsel inquire into that further if they see the need. Anybody else have trouble sitting for a period of time? No. Anybody have any medical conditions or disabilities that make it hard for you to stay awake or concentrate? No? How about sleep? Anybody prone to falling asleep or becoming drowsy during the day? Do you have anxiety and you fall asleep?
It's just because I'm ADHD, so I don't sleep very much. And because of that, I'm like, my wife knows that watching a movie ain't happening. Halfway through, I'm out. It's something I live with.
Anybody else? Anyone take any medication that makes them drowsy or sleepy or have difficulty concentrating? Anybody have trouble hearing? Yes, sir. Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Have you been able to hear me so far?
I've got my hearing aids in.
Okay.
It sounds real tinny. I feel like I get about 9 words out of 10 possibly.
Okay. Well, we have speakers, like right now, Mr. Wright, there's speakers right over your head. Are you able to hear me right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, we put witnesses right here, in this chair for a reason. And that's so that I also have difficulty hearing. And I sometimes can't hear, and I have to tell people I need you to speak up or be louder for me. But we put the witnesses right here for a reason, and one of those reasons is so you can hear them. And they have microphones that are tied into the sound system. But also so you can watch them and you can observe their demeanor and their facial expressions. If you were to be on this jury, Mr. Wright, and you were to come to a circumstance where you didn't hear something, you say you get seated and a witness is asked a question and you didn't hear their complete answer, you just got 90% of it. Would you be willing to speak up and say, hey, I didn't hear that?
Yes, I would.
Now, nobody knows but you. I don't know, how much of a problem this is for you. I'm going to rely on you to tell me. Do you think that you could effectively serve as a juror because of your hearing disability, or do you think that you could not?
I would like to try, but I don't want to be a problem.
Okay. And I appreciate that. I guess my position would be, if you feel that you can do it, and you're willing to do what's necessary. In other words, I have no problem with the juror saying, I didn't hear that. I want a juror to tell me if they didn't hear something. And as long as you're willing to do that, then I don't see why it would be, from my perspective, an issue. But if you feel it's an issue, if you feel you don't hear well enough to be an effective juror, then I will excuse you. I just need you to tell me, assuming that you can stop the process and say, hey, I didn't hear that, can you speak up, can you repeat that? Do you think that you would be able to do it?
If the court doesn't mind me being disruptive in that respect, then I'm good with it.
All right. I wouldn't consider that disruptive because I'm going to be doing it throughout the trial as well. Because there's a lot of times when I don't hear things. Anybody else have difficulty hearing? At this point, I'm going to ask that the parties who are present and the attorneys stand up and introduce themselves to the jury. Mr. Malone, I think we'll start with you.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, everyone. My name is Matt Malone. I'm an Assistant Law Director for the City of Ashland. With me today is Detective Josh Dawson. He investigated this case.
Attorney Merritt, I think you may consider to do the same.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Cassandra Mayer, and I'm an attorney from Richland County, Ohio. And this is Cynthia Benner.
Thank you, Attorney. The reason I do that is so I can ask you if any of you are acquainted with any of these folks. We have a juror named Benner. So I think I'll start with you, Mr. Benner. Are you acquainted with the defendant or related to the defendant?
Yes.
How so?
We were second cousins.
Okay. Did you know anything about this case before you came here today, or is this a surprise to you?
I knew about this case.
All right. You think that knowledge of the case and your relationship to the defendant would have an effect on your ability to be fair and impartial?
Yes.
Any objection to excusing Mr. Benner for calling us?
No, Judge.
Through there. Mr. Benner, I appreciate you being here. It's kind of an awkward coincidence, but thank you for showing up, and you are excused with the court's appreciation. Be sure and turn your badge in. Who's next, Mr. Krausman?
I have David Franz. Thank you. Good morning.
Mark?
Empty chair, top row, please. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Franz.
Good morning.
Welcome to the jury box. You hear all the questions that I've asked so far?
Yes.
Is there anything that you would have responded to if you were up here?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else on the panel know any of the four folks that just introduced themselves? No? Is there anybody on the panel who has ever been represented in a civil or criminal matter by either Mr. Malone or Ms. Mayer? Anyone? Anybody ever been on the other side of either of those people in a case? No? Mr. Malone, can I get you to identify prospective witnesses?
Yes. Tucker Halverson, Brandon Wood, David Blake, Olivia Starkey, Nicole Clark, formerly known as Nicole Sklenica, Macy Wenrick, Madeline Hall, Garrett Duke, Luke Wenrick, Dan Saylor, John Hale, Sean Taylor, Dennis Blake, Joshua Dawson.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Sure, Mary, can I get you to do the same, please?
Most of them are repeats, Your Honor.
What's that?
I said most of them are repeats.
Sure.
Sean Taylor, Rick Kinter, Curtis Hall, Robert Clemens, Brandon Hendricks, Joseph Titus, David Blake, Sheriff Reiser, Deputy Saylor, Daniel Saylor, Garrett Dukes, Olivia Starkey, Josh Newell, Randy Wood, Don Sims, John Hale, Luke Renrick, Macy Renrick, Carrie Semensky, Nicole Sklenica.
All right, thank you. Now, one of the key words there is potential. And it sometimes surprises people to know that the attorneys don't really know what witnesses they're going to call and not call when a trial starts. They know what witnesses they might call. And trials change as the case goes along. There are strategic decisions that get made about whether you're going to call a certain witness or not. So just because they both read long lists of witnesses, that doesn't necessarily mean all those people are going to get called, and if some of them don't, and you're on the jury, you shouldn't read anything into that. Now, anybody know any of those folks in any way on either of those lists? Yes, sir, Mr. Wilflin.
Luke and Macy, Leonard,
Okay,
Luke is my cousin.
Okay.
Cousin, I guess, and his wife, and it's his wife. Macy's
Okay.
his wife.
so that person is your cousin's wife.
Yes,
Do you discuss with her work?
I do not.
Were you aware of this case today?
I was not.
All right. You know, it's a small town, and those are big witness lists, so I'd be surprised if everybody doesn't know somebody on that list. And that doesn't necessarily disqualify you as a juror. The question is, you know, could you evaluate that person's testimony like you would that of any other witness? And could you do that in a way that's fair and impartial? That's the question. Now, this person's a law enforcement officer, a deputy sheriff. Okay. You don't discuss her work. Have you ever discussed this case with her?
I have not.
If you were to sit on this jury and say, and I don't know what that deputy's position about this case is, all right? But say you, at the end of this case, you were to decide that the state had not proven the case beyond a reasonable doubt, and your jury returned a guilty verdict. Do you think that that would cause you any issues, or that, you know, people would be upset with you at Thanksgiving or anything like that?
No.
And if it went the other way and you found Ms. Spinner not guilty, do you think that would cause you any problems with your cousin's wife?
No, because we haven't discussed it.
Do you think that would be a problem for you? That you think you could be a fair and impartial juror despite that connection?
I believe so, because I would take it at face value.
All right. Anybody else know anybody on the panel? Yes, sir. Mr. Mercer, I think I saw you nod. Who do you know?
Several of the different deputies, I know several of them,
Okay, how so?
just some from pulling you over, some from,
Do you know some of them from pulling you over? All right. Well, you know, that's usually a question the prosecutor asks. Anybody got any hard feelings against law enforcement? I'm going to leave that to him, but I guess what I would ask you is, you know, again, I'm surprised there's just two of you. I would have expected a lot of people to know people on that list. But do you think that you can be a fair and impartial juror?
should be okay.
Say a deputy gets up here and he wrote you a speeding ticket in 2094 or 1994. Is that going to cause you to rule against the state or to?
Yeah, sort of, kind of, I guess, because years ago, I had vandalism at my house, and Miss Benner showed up,
Okay.
and she started reading me my rights. After I called in to report the vandalism, she was reading me my rights. I had to stop her from reading me my rights. I said, I'm the victim.
Okay, so it's not just that you know people on that witness list. You've had prior experience with the defendant that you think would affect your ability to be fair and impartial here today.
Most likely because I was
Okay.
shocked that she would read me.
Well, I don't really want to get into that in front of everybody else, okay? But do you think that experience that you have would color your judgment? You know what I mean by that? That you would come in here with a preconceived idea about the case?
I gotta prove it, you know.
Okay, that's fine. We want you to be honest. All
It
right.
just seems strange to get my rights read to me when I was the one that was the victim that had vandalism.
Again, I get it, Mr. Mercer, but I really don't want to get into the facts of that encounter. It's enough for me that you had one. Anybody else know anybody on that list that have any concerns about fairly and impartially evaluating their credibility? Okay. Attorney Mayor, any thoughts about Mr. Mercer at this point?
I would ask for him to be dismissed for cause at this point.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Mr. Mercer, I don't really see any reason to waste any more of your time, and we need to get on with the process. I appreciate your honesty. I really don't think that this is a case you should serve on, and so I'm going to excuse you for cause. Be sure to turn your badge in before you leave here today. Next, Mr. Krausman.
Thomas Dodson. Thank you, sir. Morning. Can the chair please?
Are there no women in Ashley County? Morning, Mr. Dodson.
Morning.
Mr. Dodson, do you hear all the questions that I've asked so far?
Yes.
Do you hear anything you would have responded to?
No.
Don't know anything about the case? Don't know any of the potential witnesses?
No.
No. All right, perfect. You don't have any problem sitting or hearing or paying attention? The last thing that I want to, I guess, well, two more things that I want to talk to the jury about. And one is I want to give you a thumbnail sketch of the allegations and charges. I want you to keep in mind that at this point, that's all they are. The defendant is presumed innocent. And that means something, okay? That means that until and unless the state proves every one of the allegations and the charges, then she is to be considered not guilty, and more than not guilty, innocent. And if this trial were to stop right now, and I were asked to declare a verdict, it would be not guilty, because nothing has been proven. So the only reason I'm sharing with you some of the allegations is I want to be able to ask you if you feel like you already know anything about these charges, because they do cover a significant period of time. And I really, it's kind of like Mr. Mercer. I don't want to know what you know. I just want to know if you know anything. And then we can deal with the rest of it. The basic allegation is that on 4 different occasions, those being November 3rd of 2021, October 27th of 2022, November 2nd of 2022, and November 8th of 2022, that on 4 separate occasions, the defendant, who was a sergeant in the Ashland County Sheriff's Department, negligently failed to prevent or halt the commission of an offense or to apprehend an offender when it was within her power as a law enforcement officer to do so, either alone or with available assistance. Now, the incident on November 3rd of 2021 allegedly involved and I don't have in the complaints a lot of facts about where these things allegedly took place. Mr. Malone, can you help me with the location on that one?
Your Honor, the first count was she was in Savannah, or excuse me, she was down by Willow Dell on 603.
But the incident itself is where?
With the domestic?
Yeah.
It was in the southern part of the county.
Okay. So it involved an allegation that Sergeant Benner failed to fulfill her duties with respect to a domestic violence incident somewhere in the southern part of the county.
That's right, Judge.
On November the 3rd of 2021. The second count involves the date of October 27, 2022. Same essential allegation regarding dereliction of duty. And this involved a domestic violence call, which was taking place where?
Yeah, it was in the central zone, Your
In the
Honor.
central zone,
Yeah.
okay, which would be around the city itself. Third count pertains to November 2nd, 2022. And this was involving a response to a male threatening suicide with a gun. Approximate location of that.
That's on 250 north of the city.
Okay. And then finally, November 8th, 2022, there was an alleged dereliction of duty with respect to officer calls for assistance on a traffic stop.
That was at 224 and 60 in the northern part of the county, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Miller. That's helpful to the court. Now, that's not much on those bones, but I'm trying to give you an idea of what we're talking about. There's allegations here of 4 separate occasions when Sergeant Benner allegedly didn't fulfill her duties with respect to those separate events, alleged events. Anybody feel like they know something about any of those events for any reason? Okay. The final thing that I want to talk to you about really is what you will do if you're on this jury and what you won't do if you're on this jury. And we really only have one prospective juror who's been on a jury before, so this is a new experience for everybody else. If you're on the jury, you will be what we call the finder of fact, or the trier of fact. You will decide what happened on these 4 separate events, and what maybe didn't happen. Nobody else gets to do that. I don't do that, the lawyers don't do that. The jurors decide the facts. And the way you do that is you evaluate the evidence. Now, my suspicion is, given the witness list and the nature of the allegations in this case, that most of the evidence you're going to see and hear is going to be testimonial. I mean, there may be other evidence, but very often in trials, a lot of the evidence, the bulk of the evidence you'll hear is going to be witnesses testifying about what they saw and heard. And so as a juror, you have to evaluate that evidence. You have to decide what weight you're going to give it. And that means evaluating the credibility of the witness. You have to decide what testimony is worthy of being believed and what testimony is not worthy of being believed. And how do you do that? That's what we're asking you to do here. Most basically evaluate the testimony of witnesses and weigh evidence. What you will hear at the end of the case is an explanation from the court on how you do that. And what I will be telling you is you use your common sense. You use the test for truthfulness and honesty that you would apply in your daily lives, that you've been applying in your daily lives your whole life. You don't have to leave that at the door. That's why you're here. We want you to use that. That's why we put the witness here. So you can listen to their tone of voice and watch their facial expressions. You have to decide what you believe and what you don't believe. Now, there are people that just don't feel they can do that, for whatever reason, philosophical reasons, moral, religious reasons. Some people just don't think they're capable of deciding what's true and what isn't. Is there anybody in the jury box who doesn't feel they can perform that essential fact-finding function? Yes, sir. Mr. Casper? I'm sorry?
That's Bryce Clark.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Beck. My list is confusing me this morning. What's your concern about that?
No, it's just like, sometimes I don't get off work till like 3.
Okay.
Like I've been up, 24 hours now, so I don't know if it's just that focus, I guess.
You're having problems focusing today because you're tired?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not a concern about your ability to evaluate credibility.
I don't know how good I'd be able to like focus or like pay attention.
Okay. I appreciate that, and the court will give counsel the opportunity to inquire into that further if they wish. Anybody else have any concerns about their ability to decide what's true and what isn't? As important as what you do as a juror, in my opinion, is what you don't do. And you do not get to decide the law. This is the important dichotomy of the trial. The jury decides the facts and weighs the evidence. The court provides the law. And you don't get to hear the law until the very end. We do that for a reason as well. We want you to focus on the facts. We want you to focus on the evidence. I give you the law at the end of the trial, after you've heard all the evidence. Then you go back in your jury room and you apply that law to the facts as you find them to be. And that gives you your verdict. Your verdict is the product of applying the law to the facts. You decide the facts, court provides the law. As a juror, you're not permitted to change the law. You're not permitted to apply your own ideas about what you think the law should be. You have to take the law as it's given to you by the court, whether you like it or not. And I have to give it to you the way it is, whether I like it or not. And sometimes I don't like it, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to tell you the law the way it is. And as a juror, it's your sworn duty to accept the law, apply that to the facts as you found them, and that's your result, even if that leads you to a verdict that you don't like, even if that leads you to a verdict that you're uncomfortable with. That's your duty. Anybody feel they can't do that? That, you know, you have such strong feelings about law enforcement or the topics of this case in general that you're just not going to be able to accept the law as the court gives it to you. Anybody? And it's fine, you know, we all may have our own ideas about duty and dereliction of duty and all those things, and you're welcome to have them. You just can't rely on them during this trial. You have to use the law today, as I give it to you. Now, the last thing, finally, that I want to ask about is, I guess for lack of a better term, life. You know, if there's, I'm sure you all have obligations, you all probably have responsibilities that you need to be fulfilling. But is there anybody who has something going on today or tomorrow or perhaps Friday that is just so pressing that it is going to take your mind away from this trial? Somebody at the hospital, a sick child, someone in hospice. Yes, sir, Mr. Hodge.
I have a sick child.
Okay.
I have about 70,000 things that I'm behind on need to get done. And going again with my ADHD thing is very difficult to pay attention.
The child in the hospital?
No, he's got hand, foot, and mouth. So we're not what we can do for him.
Okay.
Just gotta let him get better. He's a year and 3 months. My wife also has it.
He's what?
He's a year and 3 months, and my wife also has it too. So
She's home with him? She's not home with
he's
him?
with grandma.
Okay. Grandmother's caring for him? What would you do if you were there?
Maybe.
I mean, if that's your reason for not being able to serve on a jury, what would you do if you were home with them?
My
If she's not
mother
there?
is 63, terrible at hearing, terrible at seeing, and if something as simple as a splinter ends up in his foot, she has a hard time capable of handling that on her.
Okay.
So that's why I actually mentioned something to you.
Yeah, they brought, you know, you had
I just asked if I could leave because if something happens, I'm sorry, but my son's more important than anything else at all.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, I'm going to at this point turn it over to Mr. Malone. Mr. Malone, care to fire?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Matt Malone. I'm an Assistant Law Director for the City of Ashland. And on behalf of the State of Ohio, I'd like to thank you as well for your service here today. Again, the process of jury selection allows both the court and the attorneys to pick jurors that will be fair to both sides, not only the State of Ohio, but also to the defendant. And the questions that I ask to do that, I don't mean to pry or be intrusive, but rather to get to know you better as potential jurors. And if there are any questions that I ask you that you don't feel comfortable saying in front of anyone else, does everyone feel comfortable raising their hand and telling me that? Okay. Can everyone hear me? Okay. As I mentioned before, I'm here in my role as Assistant Law Director for the City of Ashland, representing the State of Ohio. Has anyone had any dealings with me in my position as the Assistant Law Director that's up here right now? Okay. I also. Okay, do you know?
About 2 years.
What's that?
I've been on the show for 2 years now.
And I don't know if my list is up to date. Are you Mr. Lehman?
Yes.
All right. I also have a private practice here on Main Street in the City of Ashland. You know, was I prosecutor in your case or possibly represented you? Not sure. Okay. I want to make sure I got my list right. Sir, you're Mr. Lehman, Mr. Beck, is that Mr. Casper, are you next to Mr. Beck? Is that you? Mr. Franz? Sir, Mr. Wright? Mr. Hodge, thank you, Mr. Dotson, Mr. Wolfong, and Mr. Newcomer, if I have that. Thank you, gentlemen. And the judge touched on this in his questions, but sometimes people have personal beliefs, possibly religious beliefs, that they just don't think that it's appropriate for them to sit in judgment of others. Does anyone have that belief that you don't think that you could judge other people based on what you hear in this courtroom? And related to that, does anyone think that they would have trouble delivering a guilty verdict against the defendant, essentially because you would feel bad to do that? This case is a bit unusual because there's police officers on both sides, both the prosecution and the defense. Does anybody, either personally or have a friend or family member, that believes that they've been treated poorly by law enforcement? Oh, you raise your hand.
My wife's son, he's been in all kinds of trouble. In fact, I believe he's over next door right now.
All right, so this is your stepson?
He was an adult when I met him.
All right. Knowing that I'm going to be putting police officers on the stand, would it be hard for you to be fair to those police officers?
Oh, no, I'm fine with all those guys. They've been around our house many times.
Have you interacted with them?
I've spoken with many of them.
Do you believe that they have treated you fairly?
They're just people out doing their job.
Do you believe that your wife's son has been treated fairly by law enforcement?
Oh, he's gotten everything he deserves.
The reverse of that, anybody here very pro law enforcement?
Supported.
All right. Mr. Wolfong. Later on in this trial, after the testimony is given, the judge will explain to you what proof beyond a reasonable doubt is. Has anybody heard that phrase before? Mr. Wolfong, you're shaking your head. Can you tell me what you think that means?
Innocent until proven guilty, and we listen to what facts that are presented to us in the testimony, and we make a decision based upon that. So that's what it means to me.
Thank you. Mr. Franz, you're shaking your head.
I would say, due to hearing all the facts also, shows 80% versus 10 to 20%. I would say that'd be enough reasonable doubt from it.
So you understand it's not proof beyond all doubt.
Right.
So I don't
There's a loophole there somewhere.
Sure.
Could be a 10 or 20 pretty easy.
And is everybody fine with agreeing to hold me to the standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt? Nothing more, nothing less? Everyone good with that? Mr. Hodge, you had some answers to questions that maybe you think that you can sit through this trial and listen to the witnesses. Is that fair?
I've never done it before, so I can't tell you how it's going to go for me, but
Right.
I can tell you in typical fashion, everybody knows me to be the high-strung guy that can't sit.
Do you have an estimate on how long you think that you could sit for any one period of time?
I'm already not doing so great.
All right, fair enough.
I hate to be that guy, but that's just how I am.
If we took a break every hour and a half, you think you could make it that long?
Yeah.
Mr. Wright, do you think that someone sitting in that witness chair will testify truthfully just because they're under oath to do so?
I don't believe that at all.
Good. Mr. Franz, what about you? If someone's sitting in that chair telling you something, do you believe that's truthful simply because they took an oath?
I would say no.
Mr. Casper? Mr. Beck?
No.
Mr. Newcomer?
I'd like to believe so, but
We would hope, right?
yeah.
What about you, Mr. Wilfong? What do you think?
I agree, I would hope they would, but we also understand the world we live in.
People have perhaps motives not to tell the truth, right?
That's correct.
Mr.
If
Dodson?
there's consequences, if there's consequences, there's sometimes not that.
Okay. Mr. Dodson?
No.
Mr. Hahn? And Mr. Lehman?
No.
So, this trial, I expect, will have conflicts in the testimony. So it would be your job, if you are seated as jurors, to resolve those conflicts. And who here has multiple children? Mr. Beck, how old are your children?
11, 8, and 4.
The 11 and 8-year-old ever tell you differing versions of something that happened? And how do you get to the bottom of what actually happened?
It's usually just, I would just ask them both. I always want to believe one than the other. I'm trying to go with that one.
Okay.
Usually one tells the truth, one another.
All right. Who else had their hands up? Mr. Wilfong, how old are your children?
They're all grown. My youngest is like 34, 34 or 40.
When they were younger, still living at home, did they ever have conflicting versions of something that happened?
Absolutely.
And how do you get to the bottom of it?
You try to do your best investigating to understand what the consequences was and balance it out to try to figure out what really did happen and ask others.
Sure. Who else had their hand up?
My two are adults also.
All right, I'll ask you when they were children. Same question. They gave you differing accounts of something that happened. And how do you resolve what actually happened?
It was pretty much word of mouth, and it was nothing where, it lingered on there. It was pretty easy to take care of.
Okay. If you're seated on this jury, you'll have to go back into that room and you'll deliberate on each of the 4 counts, guilty, not guilty, or if you can't decide. And that means you'll have to talk amongst each other about each of the charges, whether I've met my burden to prove the state of Ohio's case or not. Does anyone have any issue with deliberating with others and discussing the testimony that's going to be before you today, tomorrow, and potentially Friday? Do any of you know each other? I'd like to talk to you a little bit about pretrial publicity. There has been some articles that I know I've seen online regarding this case. Has anybody read anything or heard anything about this case, whether online or in print? Okay. Do you think that well, let me ask this, has it been online or in print or talking about it with someone else?
That's talking to my girlfriend.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lehman, I didn't hear that. Could you repeat that?
Talking to my girlfriend about it, she read it offline.
Okay.
Mr. Lehman, do you think that you could decide this case based on what you hear from this witness box and not what you heard outside of this jury room? Anyone else? And there's going to be some technology involved in this case, particularly GPS or global positioning system. Has anyone not heard of GPS? What about Google Maps? Has anyone not heard of Google Maps? Who here has used Google Maps? All right, thank you. And then finally, I'll wrap this up. I'd like to ask each of you individually how familiar you are with the geography of Ashland County, particularly the roads, cities, villages that's in the county. Mr. Lehman, I'll start with you. How familiar do you think you are with Ashland's geography?
Pretty good.
How long have you lived here?
All my life.
Mr. Beck, what about you?
I'm pretty familiar too.
How long have you lived in Ashland County?
All my life, pretty much.
Mr. Casper? So-so?
I still work out of Cleveland.
All right. So do you spend much time traveling around Ashland County?
If it's a main highway, maybe.
All right, thank you. Mr. Franz, what about you? Pretty familiar?
30 years.
All right. Mr. Wright?
I know the northern end of the county. I've been here about 25 years.
Mr. Newcomer?
Born and raised in Ashland, so I'm pretty familiar with the area.
Mr. Wilflaw?
Same, I've lived here all my life, so I'm very familiar with the county.
Mr. Dotson?
I'm very familiar with the issues.
And Mr. Hodge?
Really familiar, but just road names, not that with, I can name like 3 road names in Ashland, but I've been here for 15 plus years.
Thank you. All right, gentlemen, that's all I have. Thank you. There's Pastor Claus.
Attorney Mayor, Carol Clare?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry?
I have to use the restroom. Do you think there's going to be a break?
This would be a nice place to take a break. Anybody else need to take a break? Okay. Yeah, we can absolutely do that. Let's, we're going pretty quick, actually. Let's take, 15 minutes.
Okay, sir.
And we'll come back and take.
All rise, please. Jury record on.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Attorney Mayor, you may proceed.
Thank you, Aaron. Come in. How many of you woke up this morning so excited you were coming to court to be a potential juror? All right, we got a couple that are at least willing, over the last, right? As the court has introduced myself earlier, my name is Cassandra Mayer, and I am an attorney for about 24 years now over in Richland County, Ohio. So have any of you had any dealings with me, or perhaps other family members of mine that are involved in law enforcement and judges and different things? Okay. And what about my client, Cindy Benner? She's a deputy with the sheriff, Ashland County Sheriff's Office. No dealings with her specifically, or any knowledge of her, of this case, or, yes?
Curious, did you do stuff with Mapleton High School at one time?
I believe she did do some things with Mapleton High School.
That's one place I know from.
Okay, but that knowledge, does that make you, I guess, go one way or another, whether you feel that you can sit here and honestly judge the evidence and not have anything back in your mind because of how you know her?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And what we're trying to get at today, and I know some of these questions may feel intrusive, and we're not trying to be that at all, but we need to make sure that we have everybody involved in this, that this is a fair trial for Cindy and for the state. And in order for it to be a fair trial, we have to make sure that the jurors for this particular offense are the right pack of jurors that don't have anything lingering in the back of their mind or in their subconscious or their feelings that may interfere with the ability to actually listen to the evidence and make a determination of what actually happened. And it's not something to be, we're not trying to embarrass you, we're not trying to say that anything about your personality, but maybe this is just not the type of case for you. So some of the questions I'm going to ask, please feel free to, if you want to answer them in privacy, just let us know that. But some of the first things I'm going to talk about are actually involve constitutional rights that everybody has. And the judge touched on those a bit with a presumption of innocence, and Attorney Malone mentioned about the burden of proof, this beyond a reasonable doubt thing. So let me ask you, Mr. Wright, are you married?
Yes.
And this morning, when you were having breakfast with your wife, did you ask her and say, you know what does beyond a reasonable doubt mean? Let's talk about that. Is that anything you've ever had a conversation about?
Yes.
Okay, and in what area? Like, how would you when would that come up?
Last year, she was on the jury.
Oh, she was? Okay. And you talked about that experience?
Barely.
Okay. Where was the jury at? Was it here in municipal court or in common pleas?
I think it was here in the district.
Okay. Okay.
But she told me, I can't talk about any of that. So she wouldn't.
Okay, until it was over, right? Okay. And what was the conversation you had about beyond a reasonable doubt? How did that play out?
Well, you just have to listen to all the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Take it as you hear it all.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's look at, obviously, how many of you have watched police shows, Beyond the 48 or Law and Order or any of those type of things? Okay. So a lot of you hear terms like preponderance of evidence, probable cause, right? Those kind of terms get utilized often. So in trying to determine, because I think earlier somebody had mentioned, maybe it was Mr. Frantz, about 80%, 10 to 20% you probably get right away, but you need more than that to be beyond a reasonable doubt. So would you agree with me, or actually, how about with this, Mr. Casper? Is the evidence necessary to arrest somebody less or more than proof beyond a reasonable doubt? If you're going to arrest somebody, so you think to arrest somebody is less than to prove them guilty, okay? What about if you, let's ask Mr. Newcomer. What about if people have a civil case, they're fighting over money, somebody owes me money? Do you think that evidence necessary to determine whether or not somebody wins money in a civil case is more or less than proof beyond a reasonable doubt?
I would say less.
Okay. All right, 2 for 2. What if, let me ask, Mr. is it Dodson? Okay. What if the state, through Children's Services, removes a child from custody, takes the child away from you? Do you think that the evidence to do that is less or more than beyond a reasonable doubt?
I feel like taking a child away from someone's parents is probably more than a reasonable doubt.
Okay. What if I told you that it's less? It's clear and convincing evidence. To remove a child, beyond a reasonable doubt is more. Can you accept that beyond a reasonable doubt is more?
Yeah.
Mr. Beck, can you accept that?
No, sure.
Okay, what do you mean you're not sure?
I didn't even hear the question. I'm having a hard time staying awake right now, to be honest.
Okay. What shift do you work?
Second.
You
I
work
didn't even get home until like 5. I woke up at 11. Yesterday, so I'm like 23 hours. I got to clock in at 3 and do it all over again, so I'm coming here.
Okay. So are you basically saying that because you have to go to work at 3, if we weren't done today, if you were on this jury and you had to sit on this jury, what would you do about work today at 3?
I have patrol, just so I can sleep. But I have 3 kids, so I can't do patrol. Then I have to utilities, payments.
Okay, but if this jury though is going to go 3 days, at least 2.
I'm saying, I gotta do this for 3 days, I gotta stay for 3 days.
So are you telling me that you don't think you have the ability to pay attention and give this the priority that it needs?
I literally didn't even hear what you said before that. I didn't even know what your question was. I'm trying to keep my eyes open right now even.
So if I hear you correctly, you're saying you're not even comprehending what's being said.
I am I'm listening, but I'm just trying to stay awake right now.
Okay. So Are you gonna have difficulty then listening to a witness and remembering what they had to say?
100%.
There's no way you can do that?
Yeah, I mean, not like 100%, there's no way I'm gonna be able to listen 100% and stay away from that.
Okay, let me ask you this. If you were accused of a crime and the juror that was going to be on your jury felt the way you do right now, do you think it would be fair to have them continue as a juror?
No.
Your Honor, at this time I asked removal for cause.
Care to inquire the prospective juror, Mr. Moon?
I don't, Judge, thank you.
Say to object to Mr. Beck being excused?
No.
Mr. Beck, you're excused. Appreciate you being here today. Be sure to turn your
Thank you
back
for your
in.
honesty.
Mr. Krausman, who's next?
I have Elaine Hess.
I'm going to interject myself here just briefly, Attorney
Sure.
Mayor, for the new
Want me to sit
juror.
down?
Oh, sure, if you like. Good morning, Ms. Hess. You must feel lonely up there. Have you heard all the questions that have been asked so far by myself and the attorneys?
I have.
Was there anything that you would have responded to if you were up here with us?
Yes, there
What
are
would
a
that be?
couple. I have served on a jury trial before.
Okay?
25 years ago, probably a DUI case.
In this court?
And yes, for municipal.
Okay.
I've lived here my whole life, so yes, Ashland County. And several of the witnesses, excuse me, I would recognize their names and know some of them because of the Mapleton community, including Ms. Benner.
Okay.
From the Mapleton community, and then the honor bus, when we do our welcome homes, we have lines of officers and
Sure.
things welcoming us home that I've gotten to know.
Okay. Is that through your work or just?
Yes, I mean, just, yes.
What do you do, Ms. Hess?
With, I work with the Ashland County Veteran
Sure.
Honor Bus,
Okay.
and.
Are you with the Veteran Services Commission?
No, I'm not. I work at South New Grace Brother Church
Okay.
part-time, but,
All right. So you volunteer with the Honor Bus?
yes.
You're not affiliated with Mapleton School?
My husband coaches,
Okay.
has coached at Mapleton, and my son
Okay.
teaches there, but
Were there any other questions you would have responded to?
I don't think so.
I'm going to touch on those things briefly, and then I'll let the attorneys follow up if they want. Your past jury service, you said it was 25 years ago?
Probably 25, 26.
Okay. I think Mr. Malone was probably in high school at the time. I'm assuming he didn't participate in that trial.
No,
So
no.
I think it's pretty unlikely Attorney Mayor participated. Did she? All right. We had another prior juror, and I'll ask you the same questions I asked Mr. Wilfond. Anything about that experience that you think would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror here today? Now, obviously, we have different participants. There might be some witnesses that were the same, but basically different participants and different law, different facts. Do you think you could decide this case based on the law and the facts and nothing else, and not be in any way impacted by your experiences in that OBI 25 years ago? You could. Was I involved in that case? No? Okay. Now, as far as the witnesses, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm getting the impression that these aren't really personal relationships. You're not close friends with any of these witnesses. You just casually know them through being part of the community.
Yes,
And that would include the defendant?
yes.
Anything about that you think would make it difficult for you to evaluate the credibility of the witness?
No.
Because some of those folks will testify, some may not, who knows. But you have to assume that there will be witnesses and that you may, okay, I know that person from this involvement.
Correct.
But what you have to do is, listen to that testimony, apply your own tests for truthfulness and honesty that you apply in your daily lives, and decide what testimony you believe, what testimony maybe you don't believe. Can you do that?
Yes.
Do you think that you could be a fair and impartial juror, Ms. Hess?
I do.
And can you think of any reason why you couldn't?
No?
Do you, and this is really all what we want, what we all want. We all want a juror who will decide this case based on the law and the evidence, nothing else. Do you believe that you can do that?
I do.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Care required, Ms. Hess, Mr. Long?
No, Judge, thank you.
Your jury, Chair Mayor.
Thank you. Welcome. Nice to see a lady in the group. And let me actually start with you, Ms. Hess. Just prior to you coming up, we were talking about the burdens of proof and how much evidence is necessary. And would you be able to accept that the evidence necessary to remove a child from you is less than the evidence necessary to prove beyond a reasonable doubt? Okay, you can accept that and apply that. All right. What about you, Mr. Casper? Is that something that you agree with and can apply?
I have that concern.
Okay. And Mr. Promise?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Wright? All right. Mr. Newcomer?
Yes.
And Mr. Wilfong?
Yes.
And I already asked you, Mr. Dodson, you said you could, and Mr. Hodge.
Can you repeat the question?
That are you able to apply and willing to accept that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is more than clear and convincing? So it takes more to convict an individual, more evidence of a higher standard than it does to remove a child from home.
Yes.
Okay. And what about you? Don't mean to leave you out of there, Mr. Lehman. Are you able to accept that as well? Okay. And with these burdens of proof kind of go the presumption of innocence that was talked about earlier. And Mr. Wilfong, I believe you indicated that means innocent until proven guilty, right? Would you agree with me that maybe a better definition of that is innocent unless proven guilty?
I guess that's what I feel like we're here to determine based on the presenting within the testimony. So at this point in time, I say innocent now.
Okay.
And then the testimony conveys the truth or the testimony that we have to evaluate. I guess feel like that's our job to determine that.
Okay. And I guess I'm just changing that little word in between, until versus unless. Because this is a process that doesn't mean they're innocent until they get. You're not sitting there thinking they're going to be proven guilty. They just started innocent, right? Everybody agree with me? That they're innocent because that's what the presumption says. That's what our constitutional right says. Unless they're proven guilty. Because they may not be proven guilty, right? Okay. Mr. Wright. Can you tell me what you were doing October 2nd, 2022?
I have no idea. I was probably at work.
Okay. Ms. Hess, what were you doing on September 30th, 2022?
Was on a bus trip with the group up there.
Okay. And no, don't apologize. That's what I'm saying. But how do you remember that?
Because we go the same week every year.
Okay, so it's something you're used to doing.
Yeah.
It's something that sticks out in your mind,
Yeah.
right? It's something that's memorable to you.
Yes.
How about Mr. Dodson? What were you doing on September 15th, 2022?
I was living on the car at the time, so not working.
Okay. You can't really remember exactly what you're doing, but you normally do certain activities.
Yeah.
Okay. So that date doesn't stand out as much for you, right?
No.
Because it's just a regular course of things. Okay. would everybody, well, let me ask you this. If somebody, the court has talked to you about this presumption of innocence that says, basically, innocent unless proven guilty. So if we sit here right now, you've heard no evidence, you've only heard that Cindy's represented by an attorney, and she's been charged, and we're here today for a jury trial, and she's entered a not guilty plea, right? So if I were to ask Mr. Casper right now, as we sit here, if you were chosen for a juror and asked right now what your jury decision, your jury vote would be, would Cindy be innocent or guilty in your minds? Guilty or not guilty?
I have no way of knowing till I hear something.
Well, if the presumption of innocence says if you haven't heard any evidence.
I heard no evidence, she's innocent.
Okay. Mr. Hodge, what's your opinion on that?
Repeat the question.
That as we sit here today, you know that Cindy's been charged with a crime, she's represented by a lawyer, she's entered a not guilty plea, we're here for a jury trial. If I asked you right now, what would your verdict be? What would it be? Pardon me?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Mr. Wilfong?
Innocent.
Okay. Mr. Frantz?
Innocent.
Mr. Lehman? Okay. Does everybody understand the significance of that? Now, there is another constitutional right that a person accused of a crime has the right to, and that's the right not to testify. They don't have to. So let me ask you this. If we, all during this trial, I decide not to ask any questions. I'm not asking any questions. I'm not, Cindy doesn't testify. We sit over there and play Angry Birds. I don't know. Does everybody here understand that that can't be held against her? You understand that? Because she doesn't have to prove anything. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and she doesn't have to testify. And you can't use that against her. But, pardon me?
No evidence.
No evidence. And she doesn't have to provide any. Just think about back to a year and a half ago, if you were suddenly called upon to say exactly what you did, how you did it, when you did it that time, might be hard, right? That's Mr. Dodson? Okay. We have, most of our witnesses are law enforcement. They're going to be testifying today. And as the court indicated, we're not sure yet how many and who exactly. But will everybody agree that simply because the witness is a police officer, he has no more, that him or her have no more credibility than anybody that's not a police officer? Does that make sense, Ms. Hess?
Yes.
Okay. There's no super credibility because you have a police uniform on, right? Okay, that could be a position that you have. Mr. Wright, do you agree with that? And you're willing to listen to the testimony and view the evidence to determine everybody's credibility? They're not super credible just because they have a uniform on, right? Okay. Now, has anybody on this jury had any, I guess, direct, I just want to make sure, any direct contact with Cindy Benner in her, when she, as an officer, over the last 30 years, or dispatch, or any direct, I guess, on a professional level? Nobody's been pulled over by her or anything of that nature? Okay.
I'm not sure. Okay, to be honest, I can't remember way back when, if she perhaps pulled me over to give me a speed warning once.
Okay.
It's been a really long time ago, but
You don't have any issue with that?
that.
Okay, because there's not many
I
female
just wanna be
deputies.
honest,
Okay, that's fine. But even if it occurred and it was her, you don't hold any animosity or anything against her for that? Okay. What about feelings in general, about law enforcement? Is there anybody that feels, again, simply because they're law enforcement, that their testimony or what their decision-making is always correct?
Can you repeat that question again?
That simply because an individual is a law enforcement officer, their decision-making and their credibility and their testimony doesn't necessarily equate to being right all the time. Does everybody agree with me on that? I'm getting a lot of head nods. Okay. Now, I want to talk to you real quick on issues of how many of you at your workplace are supervisors or have been before you retired? Okay. As supervisors, I believe, Mr. Wilfong, you were one that raised your hand, right? As a supervisor, did you have people that you supervised under you on a particular shift?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do?
I've done it on different occasions.
Okay.
I ran a finishing system, so I had multiple shifts that reported to me, and then I also ran a store location for an ag dealership, so I had all the people within the dealership.
Okay. Now, in that job as a supervisor, did you also help out on the line or in the store doing things that the people who report to you also do?
Yes.
Okay. But you had other things that you did on top of that, right?
That's correct.
Did you have the ability to delegate work?
Yes.
Actually, that was one of your responsibilities, correct?
That's correct.
Who else was a supervisor? Did I hear? Okay, Ms. Hess. For you, what did you supervise?
I supervised a lot of student teachers and was a department chair, a retired history teacher.
Okay. And in that position, did you also do the work of the people you supervised? Okay. Had additional duties? Did you delegate? And was that a requirement of your job, is for you to delegate at times? And that was based on your discretion?
Mhm.
And that's a discretion given to you by your employer?
Yes.
Okay. Who else was a supervisor? All right, Mr. Hodge, same question for you. As a supervisor, you supervise, who do you supervise? What do you do?
I ran multiple shops, so
Okay.
I'm the lead. And yes, I supervise them, I delegate them. Typically, you end up doing more than me,
But you sometimes pitch in when you're able to, when your other responsibilities don't require you to be somewhere else?
yes,
Or do something else?
yes.
Okay. And that's based on the discretion your employer gave you
Exactly.
as the supervisor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, Mr. Gaskett, you seem really excited to talk about this. So, what supervisory position were you in?
Plant manager,
Okay. And as a plant manager, you had people work under you, right?
multiple shifts.
Okay. And would you go ahead and do the same jobs they did when necessary?
Exact same thing they did.
Okay. Were there times that as a supervisor you had other things to do?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And as a supervisor, you were given the power of delegation and discretion by your employer?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now let's go to one of my favorite topics, technology. How many of you feel comfortable with technology these days? Computers and cell phones and all that kind of stuff. Okay, Mr. Wright, you don't seem to be.
I got lost in the times.
Okay. As indicated, there may be some testimony about technology here. How many of you have a computer at home? Maybe a desktop or a laptop? Okay. And how many of you will say it works perfectly every single time you use it? No? Nobody? Okay, now I don't feel so bad. All right. What about your cell phones? Everybody have a cell phone? Mr. Wright, okay, you stepped in a little bit, got your toe in. Cell phones. And cell phones have a lot of abilities these days, right? Get on the internet, you can be told where to go, you can text people and call people. How many of you have had your phone work perfect every single time you try to use it? Nobody? Nobody, okay. Again, now I feel a little bit better. And how many times are you driving through, especially I think most of you all said you're pretty familiar with Ashland County. How many of you can say everywhere you drive in Ashland County you've never had your phone drop? Nobody? Okay. What about your radio stations? How many of you have radio stations in your car you listen to still? Yes? How many of you, depending on where you're driving, you lose your radio signal? Yep? Okay. And does that mean that if you're relying on those the technology of those items, does that mean there may be problems that pop up with the technology, depending on where you are in the county and who monitors the system and who upgrades the system and who checks on it, right? Now, this last section I'm going to go over with you is something I've kind of come up with to really hone in the presumption of innocence. As we sit here today, everybody is willing to say, because what you've heard so far, hands up please, that Cindy is not guilty as we sit here right now, correct? Okay. And the only way it becomes or changes to guilty is if you are firmly convinced of the evidence presented to you that the state's proved beyond the reasonable doubt all the elements, right? Okay. And with everybody sitting here, you know how you're thinking, you know what's going on in your head. If you or one of your loved ones were being a defendant in a case, would you be happy with a juror to be thinking like you are right now in their case? Does everybody feel confident about that? Can I see hands just to show everybody? You would not. And why is that, Mr. Hodge?
I stated before, I have my issues paying attention. I know who I am as a person, so people don't understand that. And I wouldn't want somebody who was going to zone out.
Okay.
Decide whether or not I'm going to jail.
Okay, and so, if I'm hearing you correctly, the ADHD condition that you have, and I believe you told the judge earlier your work schedule, because you are the person that works for, you have a small child.
65 hours a week, I also have a second
Yes.
child, and I get 3 hours a week.
Okay, and would, as we are doing this over a 2 or 3 day period, would you be distracted to the point of not being able to do a job as a juror because you're concerned about your jobs, not being able to work money-wise, but also because you just don't think that you have the physical and mental ability to do the job of the juror? Is that correct?
I've also been running a shop that is done by about 4 employees, and that's made life very difficult, and I can't help but think about the things that matter in my life every day, regardless if somebody else's life doesn't matter.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would ask for Mr. Hodge to be dismissed.
I don't, Judge, no objection.
I have to say, I'm not sure that this rises to dismissal for cause. Mr. Hodges Mr. Hodge has indicated previously that he's a supervisor in his work, that he's able to function in that capacity in multiple shops. He testified to the state that, assuming we took breaks every hour and a half, that he would be able to serve, would be able to fulfill the functions of a jury.
I do think that I would try.
What's that?
I stated that I would try.
No, you said you could do it. Mr. Malone asked you, as long as we take breaks every hour and a half, do you believe that you can do this? And you said yes. I wrote your response down. I don't believe that Mr. Hodge is incapable of serving as a juror. I'm convinced he doesn't want to, desperately wants off this jury. But I don't believe he's incapable of serving, and I don't think that he could justifiably be excused for cause, so I'm not going to grant the motion.
Thank you, Your Honor, but I do pass for everyone else for cause.
All right. Now, that brings us, ladies and gentlemen, to the, very expeditiously actually, which I appreciate, brings us to the point in the process where it's time for what we call peremptory challenges. And we have 2 jurors who've been through this before, but for everybody else, this is a new experience. Each attorney gets to excuse 3 jurors for any reason or for no reason, just because they choose to do so. We do that kind of like picking a softball team backwards. State gets to go first, they can excuse 1 juror, then defense gets to excuse a juror, then back to the state. And we continue doing that until each attorney has either used or waived all 3 of their peremptory challenges. Now, when I've been doing this a long time, 31 years in the justice system, I have never seen a jury trial where somebody didn't get excused. So there's no doubt in my mind some of you are about to leave us. If you do, please be sure to turn your badge in. If you need something for work or school to show that you were here, see the clerk, they'll give you a letter. Please don't take it personally. I don't think there's anything to be gained by trying to figure out why you were excused. If you were excused, just enjoy the beautiful day. Mr. Malone, does the state care to exercise its first peremptory challenge?
It does, Your Honor. The state would thank and excuse Mr. Casper.
Mr. Casper, you are excused, sir. Appreciate you being here today. Do watch your step. There's a hidden ledge underneath that gate. You don't want to see you fall down. Next, Mr. Krausman.
Edric Combs.
Thank you.
Morning, sir. Morning. Thank you, Chair. Top row, please. Yes, sir. You're fine.
Good morning, Mr. Jones. Good morning. Welcome to Jury Box. You heard all the questions that have been asked so far?
Yes, sir.
Anything you would have responded to if you were up here with us?
No, sir.
Don't know anybody? Don't know anything about the case?
No, sir.
Have you been on the jury before?
No, sir.
Mr. Combs, do you feel that you could decide this case based on the law and the evidence and nothing else?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that you could be a fair and impartial juror?
I do.
Do you think of any reason why you couldn't?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Combs. Kevin Clarence,
No, Judge, thank you.
Sir, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Hi, over here a little bit. Good job. And Mr. Combs, what do you do for a living?
I am a regional safety manager for a company over Sunbury.
Okay. And in that position as a manager, you supervise employees, correct?
Indirectly, yes.
Okay.
Not a lot.
Okay. And that your employer's given you discretion in that supervisory position?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in your type of work, is it a situation in which sometimes you have to actually step in for some of the people that you supervise?
Majority of the time, delegating.
Okay. And, and are you comfortable and can, be prepared to, acknowledge that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is a high level of proof?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that if you were to be, asked right now, given the fact that Cindy's been been charged with a crime, she's here with an attorney, she's pled not guilty, what would your verdict be right now?
The defendant as the current stands is not guilty.
Okay. And do you feel comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay. And is there's nothing going on in your life right now, vacation, work, or anything that would cause you concern or not be able to pay attention if you were to be a juror for the next few days?
That's,
And do you have any law enforcement relatives or best friends or anything of that nature? And if Cindy were not to testify, you would not hold it against her, you understand that's the right?
absolutely, yes.
I have nothing further, Pastor Cosner, thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Mayor. Attorney Mayor, you wish to exercise your first country?
I can have just a moment.
Sure.
Your Honor, this time, we would like to thank and excuse Kyle Hodge.
Mr. Hodge, you're excused. You watch your step on the way out. Who's next, Mr. Straussman?
I have
Yeah, I mean, I'm not maybe, as it sits now, I'm good.
Nancy, please. Follow my. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Brockway. Welcome to the jury box. Have you heard all the questions that have been asked so far?
Yes.
Anything you would have responded to if you were up here?
Just two things. I know one member that's up here
Okay.
and do know the defendant from an incident that happened 8 years ago or so.
Okay.
I'm not sure if she was a sergeant or not at the time.
Okay. Well, let's start with who you know in the jury box. Who do you know in the jury box?
Mr. Wolfong.
All right. And how so?
Family, friends, live very close.
Okay. Common occurrence in Ashland County. That it was and it's not a problem as long as, and it's just even kind of hard for me to explain, but what we want is eight jurors, and there's 9 of you up there, but only 8 will be deciding the case. And we want those 8 jurors to be equals. That's why we have 8. We want 8 people back in the jury room discussing and deciding this case together. And, a lot of courts, they'll permit jurors to take notes. I do not allow jurors to take notes in my court, and Judge Fridlin didn't either. And the reason is, and we all know it's true, it's like math in high school. If one juror takes notes, everyone's going to, or history, every juror is going to rely on that juror who took the notes. And we don't want that. We want 8 equals. So knowing another juror is only an issue if that's going to impact your independent judgment. You know what you're back there saying, well, Kevin's a great guy, so whatever he says, I'm just going to go with that. We want you to decide the case independently. And if Mr. Wolfong had a different opinion than you, do you feel that you would just go along with it?
No, I can't say.
Would you be willing to discuss the case?
Yes.
If you had a different opinion, say so?
Yes.
How about you, Mr. Wolfong? You think that'd be a problem for you? No. And the other issue you had some previous interactions with Deputy Benjamin.
Yes.
All right. Well, I think we need to discuss that, and I'm trying to make this go as expeditiously as I can. And I hate to keep taking breaks, but I think we should discuss that outside the presence of the other prospective jurors. So what I'm going to do, Mr. Krauseman, is I want you to take everybody out except for Mr. Brockway, and we'll hear what Mr. Brockway has to say.
Okay, sir. All rise, please. Sir, you can stay where you are. Everybody else, please come on out. Just watch your step when you come down. This way, please, folks. Thanks.
be seated here. For the record, you folks you're here on behalf of the defendant, correct? You're not jurors? All right, the record will reflect, we have essentially cleared the courtroom. Defendant's present with counsel, Mr. Malone is here. And also, the one juror remains, and that being Mr. Brockway. Mr. Brockway, what happened? What is it that concerns you?
It was an incident with, it was actually, he used to be a former Ashland County Sheriff, I think. He was at the time Wayne County. Last name was Massey. He had reported trespassing due to snowmobile riding.
Reported trespassing what?
Due to snowmobile riding.
Okay.
It was actually Polk, Sullivan area. He had called, there was a couple other things involved. He had hit me with a shovel while I was on the road. There were sheriffs that reported back to the location we were, and that was one of the officers.
Okay. Okay, so you were snowmobiling?
Yes.
And you had this encounter with Deputy Massey?
Correct.
And at some point during this process, he hit you with the shovel?
Correct.
So what does that have to do with?
She was one of the officers that reported. He had called Ashland County Sheriff's Department, reported us for trespassing.
Okay.
They followed snowmobile tracks back to the location that we were at. We returned, and she was one of the officers that came to talk to us about it.
Okay. And what about that concerns you?
I didn't really like the way the situation was handled as far as, without getting into a lot of detail about
Well, I'd like to get into the detail. I think we probably should. Did you, is it that you, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but did you feel that the defendant did something wrong? Or just this Deputy Massey?
No, I feel like it was more on the, I was more in the wrong, even though I didn't do anything. We were on the road, but that because it was involved with another sheriff, that there was nothing done as far as me getting hit with a shovel with a broken windshield, a ripped coat. It was more on the trespassing issue because we had cut a little bit through his field.
Did you raise that issue with the defendant?
Yes, at the time.
All right. So I think we're getting to the issue. So you raised that issue with the defendant, and you felt that it should have been handled differently by her.
And the other officers there, yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else that you want to say with that?
No.
Do you think, now, I mean, we're here on a trial where the defendant is accused of something along these lines, right? I mean, she's accused of not effectively doing her job as a deputy sheriff, basically. You've had a prior experience with her where it sounds like you believe she didn't do her job as a deputy sheriff, that she should have investigated what happened with the shovel. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you think that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror here today?
I wish I could say no, but yes.
All right. Well, I want you to be honest, and that's the honest truth. You feel it would. Care to inquire, Mr. Sloan?
I don't, Judge.
Do you care to inquire, Cassandra?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection from anybody from excusing him?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Mr. Brockway, I appreciate your honesty. I'm going to excuse you for cause. I don't think you should serve on this jury. It's important that you not discuss this with the other prospective
Absolutely
jurors.
not.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. You're excused. Would you turn to the prospective jurors? Mr.
Yes.
All right, for the record, Tia, 9 prospective jurors in the box have returned. You can have a seat, Mr. Wright. I'm waiting for the bailiff to confirm for me that we have all the other prospective jurors, and then we'll resume. Did everybody, Mr. Craftsman?
Yes, sir. Cynthia Davies, please. And Chair Bottomley, please, ma'am.
Good morning, Ms. Davies.
Hi.
In my experience, there's always one hot seat in the jury box. And fortunately today, it's right by the aisle. But you are in it. Have you heard all the questions that have been asked so far?
Yes.
Anything you would have responded to if you're up here with us?
No, the only issue is I'm type 1 diabetic.
Okay.
And I wear a sensor, it would go off at any time because I bring stuff with me.
Okay.
I don't know if that would affect anybody, whatever.
It makes a beep?
It vibrates. I
Oh,
turned
okay.
it down.
And then you have to do what? Take insulin?
No, I just have to eat something that would go low.
Okay, I got you. Anything else?
No.
It doesn't seem likely to me that would affect your ability to serve. Do you feel it would?
No.
Now, we always do this thing where I tell people to be ready to tell me if they heard any questions they should answer, and then I go ahead and ask some of the questions anyway, which probably doesn't make a lot of sense, but, you don't know anything about this case?
I know I don't.
And do you believe that you could be a fair and impartial juror?
Yes, I do.
Do you think you can decide this case based on the law, on the evidence that you hear today, and nothing else?
Yes.
Can you think of any reason why you couldn't be a fair and impartial juror?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Davies. Care to inquire, Mr. Lund?
No, sir, thank you, Judge.
Attorney Mann, care to inquire, Ms. Davies?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Some of the things we talked about earlier, how are you with technology?
I'm pretty good.
Pretty good?
Yeah.
Okay. Ever had a situation in which your computer always worked perfectly every time?
It doesn't work all the time, right?
What about cell phone?
No, it doesn't either.
Okay, but in traveling around Ashland County, have you encountered times when it drops a call or your radio static drops a radio station? Okay. And, can you accept the fact that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is a high burden?
Yes.
Any friends or family that are law enforcement?
No. I mean, I know of Cindy, not personally or anything, but
Okay.
that's it.
Okay. And nothing about this case, you just know over her years in the sheriff's department?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you're chosen on this jury and you go back, I mean, it is a little lopsided, it would be 2 women, the rest men. Do you feel comfortable being able to discuss, what you heard and, be part of the, conversation
Yes.
and making a decision? And if you are a sole person, you're a sole holdout, the 7 other people have one decision and yours is different. And after discussing it and you feel firmly convinced, do you feel confident that you could
Yes, I
could stand up for your opinion? Okay.
And I did want to say that I do know Elaine.
Okay. And by knowing her, does that in any way concern you about your job as a juror?
No.
So if you guys disagreed about the verdict, that wouldn't be a problem
No.
moving forward with your relationship?
No.
Okay. We're in Christmas dinner or anything,
No.
right? Okay. And if you had a family or loved one, or you were a defendant in the case, and the jury that was about to be chosen were thinking just the way you do, would you be confident to have that juror on your jury?
Yes.
Or your own one? I pass for cause, thank you.
Thank you, Trina. I think that brings us back to you, Mr. Lewis. Take care to exercise its second peremptory.
We don't, Your Honor, we pass, thank you.
Trina Mary, you want to exercise your second peremptory?
Yes, Your Honor, we would like to thank and excuse Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright, appreciate you being here today, sir. You are excused. You watch your step on the way out. Mr. Krausman, who is next?
I have Robert Stanton.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. And chair, top row, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Stanley. Thank you for being here today. Have you heard all the questions that have been asked so far, sir?
Yes, sir.
Anything you would have told us about if you were up there?
The only thing that I know him from school,
You went to school together?
he was a year ahead.
Okay. Stay in touch?
No.
You consider yourselves friends?
We don't know each other that well.
Okay. Do you think that that would impact your ability to be a fair and impartial juror here today?
No, I don't.
If at the end of this case, you were to find and your jury were to find that the state had proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt, would you be comfortable returning a guilty verdict?
If that's what it came down to, yeah.
And if the opposite was true, if you found they had failed to prove one or more essential elements of the charge, would you be comfortable returning a not guilty verdict?
I don't have a problem with either way.
Okay. That's all we ask. And do you believe you could decide this case based on the law and the evidence and nothing else?
Yeah.
You think you could be fair and impartial?
Yes, it is.
All right. Care to inquire, Mr. Williams?
No, Judge, thank you.
Cassie?
Good morning. In this, you've been sitting and listening to the questions, and do you believe that with the presumption of innocence, that you can follow that if you haven't heard anything, any evidence at all that Cindy would be found not guilty right now? Okay. And if you or a loved one was on a jury and you were thinking, your juror was thinking just the way you are right now, would you be confident and want that juror thinking the same way you do right now? Okay, I pass for clause. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Mayor. Mr. Ron, state one exercise of his third peremptory.
No, Judge, we would pass, thank you.
Attorney Mayor, the defense one exercise its final peremptory.
If I can have just a moment. Your
Sure.
Honor. At this time, we will pass.
All right. You can all breathe a sigh of relief in the back. That means that we have a jury, and the rest of you folks, you're excused with the court's appreciation. I would tell you, it's the practice in this court to pay excused jurors for half a day's jury service, so checks will be in the mail. It's half of almost nothing, so don't get too excited. But be sure to turn in your badges, and if you need anything to show that you were here, the clerk will help you with that. And that means that you folks are the 9 lucky winners. Mr. Crossman has an oath he's going to give you, and I'm going to give you some instructions about the law, and then we will probably break for lunch. Everyone else is free to go. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that you will diligently inquire into and carefully deliberate all matters between the state of Ohio and Cynthia Benner? Do you swear or affirm that you will do this to the best of your skill and understanding without bias or prejudice? If so, say I do.
I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you, Mr. Crossman. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Ohio and the defendant are entitled to jurors, as I explained to you previously, who will approach this case with open minds and who will keep their minds open until such time as a verdict is reached. Now, for most of you, this is a new experience, and so a short explanation of your duties as a juror is in order. Those who participate in a trial must do so in accordance with established rules. This is true of the witnesses, it's true of the lawyers, it's true of me as the judge, and it is equally true of you as jurors. The lawyers will present their evidence in accordance with the rules of evidence. And as judge, I will enforce those rules, and I will decide what evidence will be admitted and may be considered by you, and what evidence will not be admitted. You, however, will be the sole judges of the facts. You will be the sole judges of the credibility of the witnesses. And you will be the sole judges of the weight to be given to the evidence. Later, I will instruct you regarding the law. And you will apply that law to the facts as you find the facts to be. It is your sworn duty to accept the law as it is given to you by the court. Procedure for the trial will be as follows. First, counsel will outline what they expect their evidence will be. These opening statements of counsel are not evidence. They are merely a preview of the claims of each side, designed to assist you as you later hear the evidence. Then the state will present its evidence. After the state concludes its case, the defendant may present evidence if she wishes. However, she is not required to do so. If the defendant does present evidence, the state may present rebuttal evidence in response. The trial will then conclude with the closing arguments of counsel and the instructions of law by the court, and thereafter you will deliberate until you have reached your verdict. It is important that you be fair and attentive throughout the trial. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else during the trial. Do not permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence during the trial. Do not begin forming or expressing any opinions about this case until it is finally presented to you. Now, it may be difficult to understand why it is that you cannot begin discussing or deciding this case until it is finally presented to you. But there is a good reason for this. You will receive the opening statements, the evidence, the closing arguments, and the law in that order. And it would be unfair of you to begin discussing or deciding the case until you have received everything that is necessary for your decision. You must explain this rule to your family and friends should you encounter them during the trial. When this trial is over and your jury service is completed, you will be excused from this instruction, and at that time you may discuss this case and your experiences as a juror with anyone you wish. However, you will never be required to do so. Until that time, however, you must control your natural desire to discuss the case both here and at home. Do not speak with the attorneys, the parties, the witnesses during the trial. Likewise, the participants in this trial must not speak with you. If anyone should attempt to discuss this case with you, you are to immediately report that to me or to Mr. Krausman. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't say good morning to Attorney Mayor or hold the door for Mr. Malone. It's not a prohibition against courtesy or politeness. It's a prohibition against discussing the case. You may not investigate or attempt to obtain additional information on this case from any source outside the courtroom, and it is highly improper for any of you to attempt to do that. Now, that is all that instruction says, but it is a very important instruction, and I always feel compelled to say a little bit more about that. I looked into this a little bit, and I believe these instructions were written in 1954. And in 1954, we didn't have Google Maps, and we didn't have the internet. And they were concerned about jurors driving out to crime scenes and looking around. Well, now you can do that from your cell phone. And, we don't insult jurors by confiscating devices. I know some courts do that. We will never do that here. In fact, we give you free Wi-Fi. The password is written in the jury room. But you cannot use that Wi-Fi to investigate this case. There is no difference between driving, up to County Road 500 and looking at County Road 500 on Google Maps. So it is very important that you not conduct any investigations. You can't get on the court's website to see if a witness has a criminal record. You have to decide this case based solely on what you hear out of this chair and not from your own research on the internet. Same thing applies to television, newspaper accounts. It is possible that there may be some media accounts of this case during the trial. This trial is going to go more than one day, and you may encounter some media accounts. You are instructed not to partake of those. You are instructed not to read, view, or listen to any report in the newspaper, radio, or television, and I would add, or on Ashland Source, so Facebook, or Ashland Chatter, or any other internet website or group. You're not to permit anyone to read or comment upon those, or to you, or in your presence. News reporters are not in the courtroom throughout the trial, so their impressions are incomplete. And their impressions at times are, quite frankly, inaccurate. So you must consider and decide this case only upon the evidence that you receive in this courtroom. If you should acquire information from an outside source, you must not report it to other jurors, and you must disregard it in your deliberations. In addition, you should report the outside source of information to the bailiff or to me at the first opportunity. Now, if that were to happen, then obviously it's something the court would have to deal with, and you would have to be asked about it, and it may result in a mistrial. So it is very, very important that you refrain from partaking of any media accounts. Now, that's going to conclude the instructions of the court. I would tell you that your jury room is through that door. There's a private bathroom back there for your use. There should be coffee back there. Court will probably be bringing in some snacks later because this could be a long day. You should feel secure in that jury room. It will be locked when you're not in it. Your possessions will be safe in there. If you need to use a phone to call somebody, family, or work or school, and you don't have one, let Mr. Krausman know that. He will be attentive to you during your jury service. His office is right around the corner. There's a buzzer in the jury room. You can push if you need him, and he will see to your needs. Now, at this time, we have 20 minutes, and we've gotten to this point very quickly. I hate to waste 20 minutes, but I'm not sure proceeding with opening at this point would be the greatest idea either. Any thoughts on that, Mr. Malone?
I'm prepared to open, Your Honor.
Attorney Mayor?
Whatever the court, I know that there might be some preliminary stuff that we can take care of.
That's a good point. I do think there is some preliminary stuff that we can take care of without the jury, and so we can make use of those 20 minutes. I would prefer to open after lunch, so council's got time to get their thoughts together. So we're going to go ahead and break for lunch, at least you are. Attorneys and I will do some other work, and we will come back at 1 o'clock, and we'll hear the opening statements of counsel. Mr. Krausman, will you see to the jury?
Yes, sir. All rise for the jury, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this way, please.
You can see it. You see the folks. We'll wait for Rick to come back. It's really as long as I care to wait. Cassie, you wanted to raise something for the record?
Yes, I was just, an oral motion in limine, just to make sure that there won't be any issues as it relates to, there's some prior discipline that, was presented to Cindy, it's about 12 or 13 different things that is pending arbitration right now, that I want to ensure are not made part of this trial.
Unrelated to these events.
I think these 4 events are part of that, but the rest of them.
You're concerned about the other 8?
Exactly, yes. I want to make sure that there's nothing coming in about her disciplinary behavior other than these 4 situations,
You heard that.
especially since the arbitration is still pending.
Have you heard of that, Mr. Moore?
Not an issue, Judge.
That's not something the state intends to do.
No.
Okay, I just wanted to, I didn't think so, but I thought.
Well, I'd be inclined to grant that. I think it's important that this case should be tried on the complaints. And, you know, there's 4 dates we're here about, and I'm not interested in going into anything else. You know, uncharged other acts of the defendant or uncharged other acts of anybody else. I want to focus on the defendant's conduct on those 4 dates and not really anything else.
Okay,
So,
understood.
I mean, obviously you have to deal with those things if they arise in some other context, but you don't think that's likely.
I have nothing to do with any of those disciplinary cases, Judge.
I would appreciate it, Mr. Lund, if you would discuss that with your witnesses when you get the opportunity, so.
I already have, Judge.
Okay, great. I don't want someone blurting something out.
Yeah, no, they've been made.
My one other, I understand that they'll be testifying, is it the APL system, is that?
Right.
And I know that there'll be somebody testifying as to how that system is set up.
What is that?
It's the automatic vehicle locator. It's the GPS for the defendant's patrol car.
Because every patrol car has the sending unit in it.
Right.
And my only concern, I don't know, by reading the affidavit of the individual who will be testifying, it talks about all of it is contingent on how it's set up by the local departments, like how, and I don't know who set that up, if there's going to be somebody saying that they set it up and how it really works based on how it's set up for our county.
Okay, so there may be a foundation issue.
Yes, and I just thought, I wasn't sure.
I don't really think the court can do without hearing the evidence.
No, I understand, I'm just bringing it up, I don't know if you can just, I don't know if there is a witness coming which clears all that up,
Do you
or.
have any issues that you anticipate evidentiary issues?
No, not evidentiary, Judge. The guy from Central Square is going to testify to how the ProSuite application works, which is the computer automated dispatch, how the dispatch works, how the GPS works in the cars, what's available in the cars. Lieutenant Wood is going to say how Ashland County utilizes that application.
Is he the person that does it?
Yes, he's their tech guy.
Okay, who's that?
Lieutenant Wood.
Wood, okay.
All right.
And Judge, I have 2 issues. One, as of this morning, we still do not have a witness list from the defense. The second thing is, I'm going to ask the court to take judicial notice of the scientific reliability of GPS technology and Google Maps. I don't know if you wanted me to raise that with you now or in the presence of the jury. I've got case law authority for that, if you'd like to see it.
You want me to take judicial notice of the scientific reliability of just GPS data in general?
The reliability of GPS technology.
Based on what?
Courts all over the country accept that it's reliable, Judge.
5th District Court of Appeals?
This one's 8th Circuit, but there's more out there like it.
I mean, I guess my question would be, you correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as taking judicial notice of technology, I can do that based on expert testimony that I heard in prior cases, or this court heard in prior cases. I can do it based on findings by the Court of Appeals, or I think by findings of the Supreme Court.
I think the standard, Judge, is it's technology that's not reasonably in dispute, that can't be disputed. And that's what GPS is, and that's what these cases that I've got say that courts routinely rely on GPS technology in their cases. Okay.
But I mean, I'll read it. It's the best I can do. Okay. And what was the other one? Google Maps?
Yeah.
And you've got cases there that say Google Maps is something the court can take judicial notice of.
Right, because its reliability is not reasonably in dispute.
Is it in dispute?
The maps most likely not, because I don't think they've changed it. The problem I have with Google Maps normally is you never know when they took that snapshot and the things are still the same, but I think he's only using it to show like distant, like where things are actually located. So I don't have a problem with Google Maps. I would object to the GPS technology being overall reliable, simply because at least, especially the person they're going to have testify about how that all works in the cars.
Is there really testimony about margin for error and things like that? Because, I mean, just my personal experience with GPS, and I'm not talking about like in a car, I mean an actual GPS unit. My personal experience with it is that its margin for error varies depending on certain circumstances. Like, there can be meteorological incidents that cause problems with GPS. You can have national security periods where the government restricts how many satellites are available for private use of GPS. I've had times where I've been, in the woods in Michigan, and all of a sudden the GPS, to make a finding that its reliability or its accuracy is not reasonably subject to question, I guess that's not something I personally feel comfortable with saying. I'm aware of circumstances where its accuracy is significantly diminished by various factors. And, I mean, if there's case law out there that says, courts are taking judicial notice of that and the court should, then I will. But I've heard no expert testimony on GPS.
Well, I think you're talking about two different things, Judge. The underlying technology and on a specific occasion being accurate. It's just like a data master. So you can't challenge the technology with data master. You can challenge it on a particular instance, whether it worked correctly.
Okay.
But it's the underlying technology. It's like Vega, for example.
But doesn't, in order to take judicial notice of technology, doesn't the court have to have either heard expert testimony or based the taking of judicial notice on a finding by another court, a higher court, on that technology?
I can provide that, Judge.
Okay. All right. That's my concern, is mechanically, how does that work when we have heard no expert testimony in this court ever on GPS or Google Maps? Normally when I'm asked to take judicial notice on technology, it's because we've heard the expert testimony or the Fifth District did. So I'll look at whatever you have.
Okay.
Over lunch hour. Any other issues from the state's perspective?
Just the witness list that we don't have.
Technology issue coming up today?
Yeah, the first two, one will be the guy from Central Suite, and then Lieutenant Wood. So that's the tech guys. And I think he's flying out tonight, so I need him today.
Okay. You have those cases?
Yeah.
We're in recess till 1 o'clock. I'm going to read some cases. Yep.
You're on, sir.
We're back on record outside the presence of the jury. I get that you don't have to be an expert to map GPS coordinates, but I think that's different from taking judicial notice of the scientific reliability of the GPS. In other words, if someone tries to testify, I was using this technology and these are the GPS coordinates, and there's an objection that this person isn't an expert or whatever, I think that's overruled, because they don't have to be.
Sure.
It's another step, though, for the court to say, I'm taking judicial notice of the scientific reliability of the global positioning system without having ever heard any expert testimony on it.
Well, I guess it won't be an issue then. The only thing that we're going to have testimony on is we got this GPS data from our CAD system. This is where she was based on the information that we got. So if that's not an issue, then it's not an issue.
I'm not saying I won't do it. I'm just...
Oh, it's not needed. That's the only reason I asked you.
I don't see anything here about judicial notice. That's my point.
Okay.
But do you have a case where someone has done that and said, I'm going to take judicial notice of the scientific reliability of the...
I can look at that's the first case that I looked at on that issue.
Because in my position, that's a separate thing. I'm then putting a stamp on it. I'm telling this jury, these things are accurate and reliable, when there's no evidence of that.
But if we're saying, look, this is the accordance that we have, and this is how we track the defendant, and we plotted them on a map, that's not an issue, is what you're saying.
I don't think it is. I mean, as long as there's some foundation laid for, this is what it is.
Okay.
I guess that's my point. I mean, I think the foundation has to be how that all works in that system. And then I think I'm free then to question the accuracy of their plots based on what system they're using. And that's why I think judicial notice is inappropriate, that it's the scientific technology, because I think it depends on it. I mean, that machine's only as good as it's maintained and the right information is in it.
Right. No, I'm going to probably agree with you. To me, it's kind of analogous to like Doppler radar. The Supreme Court of Ohio is now taking the position you don't need expert testimony anymore for Doppler radar. It's just so widely accepted that it's accurate. Which means we don't have to do judicial notice either. Judicial notice is a substitute for the scientific reliability, but it requires the court to have at some point heard on every one of those lasers and radars. I have to have heard the expert testify about how it works. I don't have to understand it, but I have to have heard it. And when I don't, I can't take judicial notice unless some higher court has done it. If the 5th District has said, down in Tuscarawas County, they heard this testimony and they found it to be accurate, then I can take judicial notice of it, or the Supreme Court. I'm uncomfortable with that part of it, because I do think it says to the jury, hey, you are to accept as fact that this stuff is accurate. And to do that without any expert testimony, I'm reluctant to do it.
Okay. I'll look.
Which doesn't mean I want to admit your use of it, but I think it goes, issues with its accuracy goes to weight. I don't think if I'm reading this case right, it doesn't go to admissibility, it goes to weight. All right, we're going to take a break, and I'll try to digest that.
We come back at 1, Judge?
1 o'clock. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure, you have a record.
Thank you. All right, we're back on the record in case number 23CRB233, State versus Center, Defendant's President and Counsel. Mr. Williams here on behalf of the state. Juries have not yet been brought back, but they have returned from lunch.
Yes, sir.
And I see we've been joined by the media. Mr. Lyons, how are you?
Am I able to go live on this, or can I only record? I didn't want to do anything either until I asked your permission.
You have the right to record it, broadcast it, and make use of it in any way you please. I'm not going to tell you you can't go live if that's what you want to do. I'm a little concerned about the location of the camera, because it seems to me to be kind of disruptive.
Only after the jury gets in the box can I go live, or then I turn it off?
I'm not worried about whether you go live or not. I'm just concerned about where you're going to be, because I don't want you to be a distraction. And I think that location is potentially distracting. Can you put it somewhere else?
Sure, where would you like?
Well, you want to get witnesses, is that it? You want to be able to get
Yeah,
witnesses?
just as long as it's pointing this way.
Could you do it from the back?
Over here?
Yeah, over there somewhere?
I think there's a wall socket back there, if I'm not mistaken.
I just prefer it not be in the jury's field of view. And I think that's a potential issue.
There's a socket right
You know what would be concerned what they look like on TV?
Well, I'm not crazy about how I look on TV either, but there's only so much we can do. While he's relocating, before we bring the jury back, I did want to raise something that I learned over the lunch hour. Apparently today there's going to be a test of the emergency broadcast system. At 2:20 p.m., there's going to be all kinds of alarms and phones going off and God knows what, so don't panic if that happens. Thank you, Mr. Lyons, I appreciate that.
Would I do okay?
I know that helps. I would prefer if you could be back over there somewhere so that it's yeah.
Then right behind you is a socket
Yeah,
at
that's
the
okay.
top of that pew.
That's good. Can we bring the jury back, Mr. Councilman?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sorry.
Okay, all rise for the jury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Everyone can be here. All right, all 9 jurors have returned from the lunch break. Steve prepared everything.
Yes, Judge.
They do so, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, all right, please support counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This part of the trial is called opening statements. And it's the opportunity for the attorneys to give you folks a summary of what we believe the evidence will be. It's not evidence itself, and you'll get that from the witnesses later. It's just an idea of what we expect to hear from them when we testify. This case is about the dereliction of duty by a law enforcement officer. And it is defined as, no law enforcement officer shall negligently do any of the following: fail to prevent or halt the commission of an offense or act on an offender when it is in that law enforcement officer's power to do so, alone or with available assistance. Cynthia Jo Benner is the defendant in this case, and she is charged with 4 counts of dereliction of duty, and it pertains to her performance when she was a sergeant for the Ashland County Sheriff's Department. The first count is on November 3rd of 2021, and Sergeant Benner, she was dispatched to assist a caller who asked for a deer carcass receipt. That's required so someone can possess a dead deer legally. And she was assigned to this call at 4:06 p.m. However, another call came in 10 minutes later at 4:16, and this was a domestic violence call. And you'll hear from the witnesses that domestic violence calls are high priority calls. They are 2 deputy calls. And when choosing over a deer carcass receipt call or a domestic violence call, deputies have to drop the deer carcass receipt call and respond to a domestic violence call. Deputy Taylor was another deputy that was employed that day. He responds to the call, and the defendant in this case instead went to the deer carcass receipt call. While she was there, she took about 30 minutes to issue this deer carcass receipt, which you'll hear from other deputies. This receipt's about the size of an index card, a little bit bigger, and should only take a couple minutes to fill out. Instead, she spent 30 minutes filling that out and never responded to the domestic violence call.
The second count happened on October 27th of 2022, when dispatchers advised all the deputies that were on shift that day that there was another domestic violence call where a male was repeatedly choking a female up in Sullivan, just in the northern part of the county. Sergeant Benner was on trick-or-treat with Kale in Savannah. And this is something that deputies routinely do to get involved in the community. Go do trick-or-treat or the fair. You'll hear from Chief Deputy Blake that this is no different than any other time that they are on duty. They are still required to respond to calls for assistance. They've got to drop the trick-or-treat, fair, whatever that it is, and go to those calls, as you would want. You'll hear that she never responded to that call. She said, have OSP, which is the Ohio State Highway Patrol, respond to assist the other deputy who responded to it. She never left her spot, never responded to that priority call. The third count was on November 2nd of 2022, and dispatch puts out an on-call, which all three deputies that are on shift that day can see, of a suicidal male that was on US 250 just north of the city. And Sergeant Benner is the closest unit to that call. It's 3.3 miles away. Two other deputies, one was east of Savannah on Route 58. The other one was clear on the western edge of the county by Lacey near the Richland County line. The other two deputies who were farther away than Sergeant Benner both beat her to the call. She never actually even showed up. She first drove away from the call. When she did turn around, she stopped a couple times. The deputy coming from near Richland County actually passed her on the way to the call. The other two deputies show up and handle that call. We actually have a video of this from the computer program that captures the deputy's GPS location, so you'll be able to see the location and responding to that call. Finally, on November 8th, 2022, Deputy Garrett Duke, the Ashland County Sheriff's Office, he makes a traffic stop on US 224 and 60, which you guys probably know is in the northernmost part of the county. After approaching the vehicle, Deputy Duke notices that there is a male laying in the back seat that was covered by a blanket and had a gun in his waistband. He immediately radios for a priority response from other deputies for assistance. And we have his body cam that shows this. He radios and he says, make it 10. And deputies use codes, as you may have seen on TV or other places. Make it 10 means this is a priority request for assistance. I need help, and you need to be here yesterday. He then stops answering checkups from dispatch, which are inquiries to the deputies to make sure that they're okay, because he eventually gets in a struggle with the man with the gun. Sergeant Benner was the supervising road deputy at this time, and she was also the closest deputy to Deputy Duke. She was at her house eating lunch, which was about 6.9 miles away from where Deputy Duke was at on his traffic stop. The priority request for assistance that Deputy Duke sends out, Sergeant Benner doesn't even acknowledge it. Dispatch has to radio her directly to see if she heard the call, and when she does answer, she only responds by saying, what's his location? She takes over 5 minutes from when Deputy Duke asks for assistance to when she leaves her house. And you'll hear from law enforcement that in a situation like that, minutes and even seconds can make a difference in someone being hurt or injured or worse or not involved. He actually has to have the help of a citizen who stopped in the road and a New London police officer. By the time that Sergeant Benner gets there, it's a little over 11 minutes after Duke called for backup. Another deputy, Deputy Luke Lindrick, he responded from near Mifflin, and he was over 21 miles away. He gets there 2 minutes after Sergeant Benner does, from a third of the distance. There's no issue on that count regarding her performance once she got in her patrol vehicle and responded. She drove adequate speeds to get there. Once she got on the scene, she assisted with the suspect by getting his identification. But again, it was that 5 minutes that she took to respond to actually get in her patrol car and leave. That's the issue with count 4. So how do we get this evidence in front of you? And unfortunately, I can't call one witness to tell you about things that happen on different dates, with different people, and different places. And after that, we've got to tell you about some of the technology that's involved that's important to this case. They use dispatch systems that we're going to have a guy that's coming in from South Dakota to tell you how that works and how the information gets from dispatchers to deputies, how the information is stored and things like that. Some of the witnesses will be very short though. Some are going to take time, but I promise you guys that every witness that I call is necessary to resolve this case, and I'll be mindful of your time and asking questions of them. After we get through the technology, I'm going to call Chief Deputy David Blake, and he's going to tell you what the Ashland County Sheriff's Office is, what works for them, what their policies and procedures are, what is required of deputies, so you know what the duties are when you work for the Ashland County Sheriff's Office. After that, I'll get into the fact witnesses who will tell you what the defendant did or didn't do on certain dates in dereliction of her duty. And once all that evidence is presented, I believe that you'll be firmly convinced of the 4 counts that I explained to you earlier, and find the defendant guilty on all 4 of those counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malone. Attorney Mayor?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Again, thank you very much for your service. I know this wasn't really what anybody wanted to do for the next couple days, but it is very important, and we appreciate that greatly. Cindy Benner has been charged with dereliction of duty. Law enforcement officer negligently fails to prevent or halt the commission of a crime or fails to apprehend an offender. All 4 of these incidents that are being claimed in which she is derelict in her duties, she was a supervisor, she was a sergeant on the shift, she had discretion, she had responsibilities. But every one of these 4 instances concluded with either the commission of the crime being halted or the apprehension of the offender. November 3rd, 2021, there was an incident in which Deputy Taylor was primary there. It was a situation in which he made contact, interviewed the parties. Grandpa was taken to the hospital for a fractured wrist. Granddaughter remained at home. And charges were to be presented to the prosecutor. But that night, that officer, on his own, was able to halt the commission and apprehend the offender. Cindy Benner had no dereliction of duty that night. October 27th, 2022, deputy received a disturbance call. And when the deputy arrives, mind you, Cindy Benner was on a special detail. Now that's one thing that you'll hear as a special detail for trick or treat. Officers can sign up for special detail. It's an additional shift, you get paid for it. But if nobody signs up, sergeant of the shift is in charge of making sure that duty is filled. And she was there doing that. Deputy Saylor is primary call on this. He goes, he arrives, he speaks with them. Female says nothing happened, male says nothing happened, witness says nothing happened. Again, any crime, if it was being committed, was halted. Investigation done. There was no dereliction of duty on behalf of Cindy Benner that night. November 2nd, 2022. There was not a specific dispatch to Cindy Benner, but there were 2 other individuals on shift. Hale and Saylor were both deputies, and they were called to a welfare check. And as the supervisor of the shift, Cindy was aware of the fact that there had just been a call earlier that day for a civil standby, in which Deputy Hale was present and handled that call. Both officers arrive. They speak to the male, who indicates he's not suicidal or homicidal. Mom comes by to stay with him. Officers talk to him, and in fact, officers recommend counseling, gives him his card. If you need anything, call us. Again, if there was a crime in progress or about to be, it was halted or prevented. No charges were filed. No dereliction of duty on behalf of Supervisor Sergeant Cindy Benner. November 8th, 2022, Deputy Dute has a traffic stop. As part of that traffic stop, he eventually calls for backup. And Cindy Benner is on her lunch break. She's at her house having lunch. And again, we'll hear about the technology, but not everything works as it's supposed to all the time. In any event, when they give a call out directly to her, she hears it, she responds, where's he at? What's his location? She does what she needs to get back in her uniform of the day, belt, whatever has to be done, and gets to the scene. Before she arrives, or anybody else, the commission of the crime has been halted. The offender is in custody. So the offender was apprehended. She arrives on scene and assists at that point. There are no charges, or charges are filed. There's no dereliction of duty on behalf of Cindy Benner. I think the evidence is going to present that Cindy, as the second shift sergeant, supervisor in charge, did on several occasions have to designate and had to do what she needed to do, which may have been giving orders to other people, having other people follow up. But in none of these instances was she ever derelict in her duties. As all situations, it may have been her superiors maybe weren't happy about how long certain things happened or where people were. But again, a lot of that has nothing to do with dereliction of duty. And a lot of this is all based on times from this AVL system, these technology systems that we're going to see. But you will also see just the video alone, Deputy Dute's camera video, the time is like 5 hours different from where these AVL times are. And I believe the evidence is going to show that dispatch has the ability to go in and add and subtract things from that AVL. And we have to also look at if there's concerns about her arriving not fast enough. It depends on when dispatch contacts them. It depends on whether dispatch radio traffic goes through. It depends on if the cell phone follow-up goes through. And again, the bottom line is, in all 4 of these instances, law enforcement was not negligent in failing to prevent or halt the commission of a crime or fail to apprehend the offender. There is no dereliction of duty, and I feel very confident after your deliberation that you will come back and find Cindy not guilty. We talked about this earlier in voir dire about the presumption of innocence. I like to call that almost like a team, like a football team or baseball team. Football season now, and I know I'm a Browns fan, so don't hold that against me. We always have next year, guys. But as a team, you work together as a team. And right now, because of the presumption of innocence, I'm going to call you Team Innocent. You all have a Team Innocent jersey on. Because at this point, if asked to give a verdict, it has to be innocent. It has to be Team Cindy. That's what this jury's on right now. And only if you become firmly convinced of the element of every charge, every case that you think has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, that's the first time you consider taking off that Team Innocent jersey, that Team Cindy jersey. So I feel very confident when you come out after deliberations, You all are going to have that same jersey on and be on that same team. I appreciate you listening and being here this afternoon. Thank you.
First witness, Mr. Mayor.
Tucker Halverson.
The court is going to order a sua sponte separation of witnesses. Any of these folks back here expected to testify? How about you, ma'am? Are you a potential witness in this case? Ma'am, are you a potential witness in this case?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I would ask counsel's assistance in policing that.
Yes.
Follow me, sir, and I'll show you what it is, okay? This way, please, sir. Just stand right here between the microphones. Face me. Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this case be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, as I say I do?
I do.
Have a seat, please, sir. Watch your step when you go up there. Just push the door. Your microphone, just speak up.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Ron.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Halverson, can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Tucker Halverson, Halverson.
Sir, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
Where and what capacity?
I am employed with Central Square Technologies. I am a product manager for our ProSuite application, specifically dealing with the CAD dispatch software.
Can you tell us what your job responsibilities are, Mr. Halverson?
Yes, I lead multiple different groups of product and development teams that handle the new features and new functionality within our product, as well as resolving issues and act as the subject matter expert within our software.
What's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in geography, geographic information services.
Any other training that qualified you for your current position?
Previous to my position, I worked in dealing with geographic information for about 10 years.
And can you explain to the jury what geographic information is?
Geographic information is essentially digital files that store information, points and polygons that are created typically from things like parcel data, road center lines, address points.
Thank you. You mentioned a CAD module and a ProSuite application earlier. First, what is ProSuite?
ProSuite is the product line that we work on. It is a public safety suite of applications that cover multiple modules between records, dispatch, and geo management.
So is that primarily used by law enforcement agencies?
Correct.
And what is the CAD module portion of that?
That is the module specifically dealing with the dispatch center. It is their method of handling call taking and responding units and assigning those out to a call.
And does CAD stand for something?
Yes, it's a computer-aided dispatch.
Now, Mr. Halverson, is there a global positioning system or GPS component to the CAD module?
That's correct.
And when a law enforcement agency is using ProSuite, is that GPS data transferred from law enforcement to the ProSuite application somehow?
Yes, the GPS data is collected on the mobile units, the mobile responders that are responding to a call. It is generated there and then transmitted to our host server in the backside of the software.
And is that data refreshed from time to time?
Yeah, it is refreshed on a regular basis. That's configurable within the software.
And my understanding is that there's two ways for GPS data generation, depending on the hardware that the agency uses. Can you explain that to us?
Yeah, the GPS is generated through a hardware device. That can be as part of a built-in piece of the computer, or it can be a separate plug-in system that plugs into this computer.
Mr. Howard, are you familiar with what a mobile data terminal is?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Yes, the mobile data terminal is just a name for the mobile computer that sits in a police officer's cruiser that they're using to work through the case or the call for service on.
Does that look like a laptop, basically?
Yes, yep.
And how is the GPS data ingested by ProSuite?
The data is ingested on a regular reoccurring basis. It is saved then into a database on the server that's then available for the users to access for reporting purposes.
And is that data read in some particular way by the ProSuite application?
Yes, we also, at the time of it coming in, we display a live location on the mapping component that goes along with our dispatch software, and it shows a live feed of where those vehicles are at each time.
Is the integrity of that data protected in some form?
The data that's stored in our database is strictly used in a read-only capacity. The only people with access to that database are through my company and our software.
So is there any way to manipulate that GPS data after it gets to you?
Once it's received by and written to our database, it is not able to be manipulated.
Before it gets to you, is there a way to manipulate that GPS data?
The data is generated based on the GPS position based on the satellites. There's really no way for it to be manipulated at the time of generation.
Okay. What if they unplug the device?
If it's unplugged, then just no data would be returned, obviously. So,
and at some point, is that GPS data transferred for storage?
It is saved in our database, long-term storage. Agencies may have a backup server that copies the data over, along with all the records that are within the system.
Can that GPS data or locations for law enforcement be displayed in real time?
Yes, they can be displayed within the mapping application that goes along with our dispatch software.
Does that show up on the mobile data terminals or the laptops and cruisers?
Yes, it shows up both in the dispatch center as well as the mobile computers.
So can a dispatcher see where the deputies are located at any given time?
As long as their device is providing the GPS data, yes.
I'm sorry, what's that answer?
As long as the mobile device is providing GPS data, then yes, they can see where the vehicle is at all times.
So the officer can see where the other officers are, and dispatch can also see where the officers are?
Correct.
And those particular locations can be saved and stored as well?
Yes, the data is all saved in the database. There is a module that allows you to view historical, what we can call AVL playback is the name of it. It's automatic vehicle location, and it allows you to replay at a certain time or event where those vehicles were in the past.
And that data that you're viewing in the AVL module, the automatic vehicle locator, That data created at or near the time the law enforcement cruiser data is detected?
Correct, yes. It's generated at the time of the location and then transmitted to our server for storage.
All right, is it then saved within the application?
Correct.
Is that GPS, AVL data kept in the ordinary course of Central Square's business and part of regularly conducted Central Square activity?
Yes.
I'd like to discuss a little bit regarding the dispatching. Are you familiar with a CFS command log?
Yes.
What about a CFS report?
Yes.
Mr. Halverson, can you tell us what CFS stands for?
CFS stands for Call for Service. It is the record that occurs as a dispatcher takes notes on a call that comes into their center.
If a dispatcher types notes into the CAD system, then that note or data will be recorded in the CFS command logs or reports?
Correct.
And again, is that data saved at any other time as being input by dispatchers or law enforcement?
Yes.
How is that information stored, Mr. Halverson?
It is saved into the same database as the GPS data.
And again, that data is created at or near the time that the input is detected?
Correct.
And then is that also transmitted and saved within the application?
Yes.
Are the CFS command logs and CFS reports kept in the ordinary course of Central Square's business and part of regularly conducted Central Square activity?
Yes.
May I approach, Judge? May. This hashtag. Mr. Halverson, I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 1. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
And can you tell me what it is?
Yes, it's an affidavit that we prepared as part of our company for this purpose.
And did you provide the information provided in that document?
Yes, I did.
You reviewed that?
Yes.
Is all the information in that affidavit true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
After you reviewed it, did you sign and cause it to be notarized, Mr. Halverson?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Cross stream, Mayor?
Yes, Your Honor, may I please have a seated position?
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
So how long have you been working for ProSuite or Central Square Technologies?
Yes, I've been with Central Square for just over 5 years. The company was formed at that point. I've been working with the ProSuite application itself for almost 10 years.
So just to make sure I understand this correctly, is that you provide the software in order for all of this to happen, correct? To law enforcement.
We provide the software to ingest and save and allow it to be reported against for the law enforcement.
Okay. And do you, or does your company come in and set that up with law enforcement?
Yes, yep. When the agency had purchased our software originally, we go through a very long process to do configuration and training and make sure everything is working correctly before they start using it in a live setting.
Okay. And your affidavit talks about GPS data generation is dependent on the hardware configuration set up by the agency, correct? And are you aware of what hardware configuration was set up by Ashland County Sheriff's Office for this particular?
I'm not aware of the specifics, no.
Would you agree with me that how well your system works is dependent on the GPS data it receives?
I would say that we ingest and save the data as it is provided to us.
Okay.
they testified earlier that if something was unplugged,
Mhm.
then it would just simply not collect the data.
Correct.
And what would be unplugged that would not collect the data?
In the case of using a plug-in hardware device for the GPS generation, a user or person could unplug it from the computer and just not be able to transmit any
Are you
data.
talking about like in the vehicle?
Correct.
If it were to be unplugged, would the screen go blank or would it just remain where it had been?
I believe you're asking about the unit itself, like the
Yeah, I guess
location of the unit.
what I'm getting at is if I understand this correctly, that you were talking about that you can actually see in real time where a
Mhm.
vehicle is.
Yes.
And that's if everything's plugged in and working correctly,
Yes.
right? If it becomes unplugged, does that, what you were seeing in real time remain on the screen, or does it go blank?
It remains for a time period that's configurable by the system. It is considered the last known location of the vehicle.
So without knowing for sure if something has been unplugged in the vehicle, I guess you would have to know that to determine how long, if somebody is sitting at stationary for a period of time, you'd have to make sure that there had been nothing unplugged during that time period.
If the vehicle is stationary for an extended period of time, it would follow the same kind of principle where it would fall off the display as well, yes.
Okay.
If there are no additional updates to that GPS data.
Okay.
That's a configurable time. I believe it usually sits around 5 to 10 minutes per agency.
So with this external plug-in in the vehicle, is that something, I guess, what would be if, I'm thinking of times such as you're driving down the road, your GPS you think is working, and then suddenly it doesn't work, something's going on, it's not seeing it or hearing it, or I don't know. Would that be something that interferes with your system as well?
I can't say necessarily. If we're not receiving a data feed, then we would not be ingesting any and saving any of the data.
Okay. And that may be another situation in which the vehicle appears, because you're not receiving any new data. So is that another stagnant moment on your video screen?
If we are not receiving data, yes, it would be.
Okay. And as we sit here today, you're not sure how Ashland County Sheriff's Office is set up for how that GPS.
I don't know the specifics of the device that they're using, no.
Okay.
I do know that they are generating data based on the mobile data terminal like we discussed.
Okay. And if I understand correctly, when you talk about internal GPS versus external GPS on connecting to that mobile, the MDT.
Yeah.
What's an example of, is the internal GPS plug-in?
No, the plug-in would be the external.
External?
Yes.
What would be an example of internal? How does that
The internal would just be considered part of the actual, say, laptop, where a user would not have direct access to the hardware piece of it. It would be considered built in and enabled at all times.
Okay. And is any of this reliant upon Wi-Fi or connection to this GPS? How is that?
Yes, the mobile data terminal is required to have a direct connection to our servers at the dispatcher police center at all times. That's typically done through a VPN connection, as well as some sort of, a VPN is a virtual private network. It is essentially a bridge from a mobile device to a network connection. So it also relies on the mobile device having an internet connection as well.
So let me ask you, if the internet connection comes and goes, does that interfere with the type of data your system can collect and maintain?
It would, it could cause issues with the collection of that data, yes.
And you were also speaking about this, for a minute, CFS command and
Yes.
CFS report. Now, what is the difference between the two?
The CFS report is the full details of what we consider that call for service. It includes the command log that we are talking about, as well as things like response times, timestamps, the location, the type of incident, the list of units that have been responded to, as well as any names or vehicles that were involved with the call for service.
Okay. And is that information that is input by the dispatcher themselves?
Correct.
Okay. So that information is dependent on the dispatcher's knowledge of what's happening and when things happen?
Correct. It can be as well based on the responder. They are able to put in comments of their own, as well as if they choose to respond to a scene, they can mark themselves on that call for service.
Okay. And this CFS command, or what, the dispatcher's typing in and creating this, correct?
The command log, yes.
So if the dispatcher has left something out, can they go back in and add into that command log?
Yes, the command log can be edited if they need to go back and review or add details that were missed.
Okay.
It's clearly marked on the report when a message has been edited.
Okay, and how is that marked?
I believe it shows an edited symbol. It can also be within our ProSuite application as a whole. Every modification to data records is tracked in something we call the audit trail, and that's based on username as well as the machine that is creating that, and we can go back and look and see what those modifications were.
Okay. But, so they may not necessarily show up on the command log, but you can go back and see every time somebody's gone in and changed something.
The command log would show the most current version of that, yes.
Okay. Most current, so if they went in and changed something, it would change from what it was, but you can go back and see what it had been.
Yes.
Okay, but that's a whole different process for you, to get that information.
Yes.
Okay. Now, so this stuff is coming into dispatch. They are doing their thing, typing in what people they're talking to, trying to get officers to go places. Now, the times that are logged in, are those times that your software dictates, or are those times that the dispatcher is looking at their clock and putting that time in?
The times are based on the certain commands that are ran. So when a unit is assigned to a call, it tracks that timestamp of being considered a assigned status.
Okay. But again, that if there was some interruption in Wi-Fi or GPS situation, that time could be off.
Depending on how it was entered. That can be entered from the dispatch side by the call taker can put the command in themselves, or the mobile side they can push a button to mark themselves, like I said, if they mark themselves en route or on scene.
Okay, because I guess what I'm getting at is, for example, a dispatcher puts in a command and sends, Joe Carr to the scene of a situation, and that time comes in. And that time comes in based on her command, so your system is kind of giving the time, right? Now, as that command goes out, if Joe Carr, for example, his internet connection isn't good, will that,
I guess that time still, will it show when they received that command? Do you see what I'm saying? Or could there be a disruption to that?
If they were to mark themselves in a command at the time of a spotty connection, I would say, the system stores some of those details on the local side and will send those once the connection is restored.
Okay, so it may, in real time, be sent at noon, but by the time, it might be 12:03 by the time it gets there.
The timestamp would be based when it was ran on the mobile side.
Okay. So if there was testimony that said, I didn't get that until 12:03, that could happen if there's been a spotty internet connection.
If the mobile user had not been notified, you're saying?
Right.
That could be, yes.
Okay. And your affidavit also starts with states that the data is created at or near the time law enforcement cruiser location data is detected. So that's number 8, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
with that, does that mean that you have kind of built into your system, there may be a bit of a time delay? Is it built into your...
The data that's generated on the mobile side has a timestamp associated with it. It's not something, we do not generate the timestamp as far as when that data is.
Okay, so maybe I didn't ask this right, I understood. I'm just trying to figure out, why do you use the term created at or near the time the law enforcement cruiser location data is detected, transmitted, and saved?
I believe that, yes, it's just related to whether it's real time or at or near the time, essentially.
Okay. So perhaps for those times in which maybe Wi-Fi is dropped or there's an issue with GPS.
Correct.
Okay. If I can have just a moment, Your Honor. And do you recall, is this a system that needs to be, I guess, updated, calibrated, or anything of that nature?
The GPS devices, are you referring to?
I guess your whole ProSuite application CAD module. I mean, for example, a data master, breath tests machine has to be calibrated so many times a year, whatever, to keep things. Does your system have anything like that?
We do regular updates to the software itself, both on a large-scale quarterly basis as well as just regular updates to bug fixes, things of that nature that go out on a weekly basis.
And do you contact the local agents and say you're doing that, or is it just something you do from behind that is...
When there is a large update, we do schedule those in advance. It does require the system to be down for entirely down for a few hours time while that's occurring. The smaller fixes that go out on a regular basis, those we do not notify. We're able to push those to the agencies and they just accept them when they log in.
And is there, given the hardware configuration and whatever set up by the agency, is there any special training or certification that an individual needs from your company in order to set that up, or maintenance or IT, any of the issues that come up with your software as it's used here?
Related to the GPS devices, no. We do require or rely on the agency's IT department to help with the actual connection to the mobile units, the VPN connection, as I mentioned, as well as just making sure that the machines can talk to each other.
Okay. And so basically that is something that the agency itself needs to ensure they have an IT guy that can do, IT person, sorry, that can do those things to be in line with your application. And your
yes.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else. Thank you very much.
You agree?
Just a couple. Mr. Halverson, it's my understanding, or tell me if I'm wrong, is there any practical way to manipulate the GPS data that goes from a law enforcement cruiser and eventually ends up stored with Central Square?
Once it's been generated, no. The system is a closed system that only our company has access to. This is not something that the agency can touch in any way.
What about on the agency side from the patrol vehicle? Is there any real practical ways to manipulate the data to show that you're someplace else when you're really not?
No.
All you can do is unplug it.
Correct.
So it's either on or off.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
May I see that exhibit, Mr. Howard?
Yes.
Do you anticipate your comments, witness?
No, Judge.
Premier?
Thank you. But there is data interference if the GPS is down or not connected.
The data is either transmitted or it's not.
Okay. And if there is an interruption in Wi-Fi, that can cause an issue.
It can cause an issue in the transmission, yes.
Okay, and nothing further.
Mr. Halverson, you can stand down and you're excused this one. Thank you. Next witness?
Lieutenant Wood, Your Honor, I need just a minute. My questions didn't end up in the file.
Sure. Mr. Krause, we're going to go ahead and get the lieutenant and we'll at least have that done.
Okay.
Thank you. You have an I think I neglected to say this to the jury before the lunch recess, but you are welcome to bring questions to the courtroom if you like. You probably have noticed everybody else that if you want to bring in coffee or water or whatever, feel free to do that.
You swear from the testimony you're about to give in this case, be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. That's what I say I do. I do. Have a seat, please, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Judge. Lieutenant, will you please state your name, spell your last name?
Randy Wood, W-O-O-D.
Are you employed?
Yes.
Where and what capacity?
Ashland County Sheriff's Office, Lieutenant in charge of communications.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
23 years in June.
What's your training, Lieutenant?
Went to the Basic Police Academy and then over the years continuing education in different fields and different subjects.
What would you say are your duties and responsibilities for the Ashland County Sheriff's Office?
Maintaining communications, the dispatch center, staffing of that, making sure things are being done the way they're supposed to be.
You say you're the tech guy for the Sheriff's Office?
Yeah.
Do you have the same duties and responsibilities in 2021, 2022?
Yes.
Particularly as they pertain to dispatch, what were those duties, Lieutenant?
Maintaining the dispatchers, keeping the Zerker system up and functioning, which the Zerker system is our CAD system that helps all the dispatchers dispatch calls and handle all the.
Are you familiar with Central Square?
Yes.
Did they acquire Zerker?
Yes.
But is some of the labeling on the hardware, software still Zerker?
Yeah, it's all kind of intermingled.
But it's the same company, Zerker, Central Square?
Correct.
What is computer-aided dispatch?
It's a CAD system. It's basically a computer software program that allows the dispatchers to put addresses in there, helps them determine who responds to a particular address, helps them keep track of stuff, does logging of the times, just basically our tracking software for calls that are coming in and how they get handled.
And that's often called CAD for short?
Yes.
In 2021-22, did the Sheriff's Office have a CAD system?
Yes.
And who was it from?
Zerker/Central Square.
Do you know when the Sheriff's Office began using the CAD system from Central Square/Zerker?
That would have been in end of 19, first part of 2020.
Did you receive any type of training on Central Square's CAD system?
Yeah, they had training for quite a while before we actually went live on it.
You recall, was that days, weeks, and longer than that?
We were working with it for months. Different parts of it. It was a little more intense just before we went live with it, but yeah, it was months worth beforehand.
Can you give us a summary of what that training involved, Lieutenant?
Creating, I don't want to say false calls, but training calls, practice calls, making reports, just basically using the system in a training fashion the way we would once we actually went live.
Thank you. The CAD system is comprised of both hardware and software, is that fair?
Correct.
Can you tell us what the hardware is and what the software is?
Hardware is computers, servers, a network system that ties them all together, and then the software that actually runs on that hardware that drives all the systems.
Is there a GPS component to the hardware, Lieutenant?
Yes.
And there was a discussion from our last witness. Sometimes that GPS is a standalone unit or it's incorporated into the mobile data terminal.
Correct.
Which one does Ashland County Sheriff's Office use?
We have standalone units that plug into the terminal.
And that's the mobile data terminal?
Correct. So the part that plugs into it is the actual GPS receiver.
Okay. And then are you familiar with CFS command logs and reports?
Yes.
Do you know what CFS stands for?
Call for service.
Is there a difference between the command log and the report?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
The command log is a logging of just anything that happens. An officer radios in if they're doing something. The dispatcher logs it in there. The reports can be a lot of different things depending on what kind of things we're trying to generate to look at.
So the report is more encompassing than the command log, is that fair?
Well, the reports are actually something different than the command logs. The reports could go look at the command logs to pull information from that. So they're actually two different things depending on what you're looking at.
Okay. if you want to generate one of those reports, either a CFS report or a command log, how do you do that?
You go in and you can create a report that you want with specific information pulled from the report, or they have some general ones that you can create they call it a rip and run sheet, but it's pre-formatted. You don't really have to do anything. It's just standard information that's always on them.
Is there a particular way that calls for service are identified or labeled?
They have numbers. Each one is individually numbered.
So if I want to get a particular call for service, how would I access that?
You would start with the year, and then the first 2 digits would be the year. So right now we're using 23, and then whatever the digits are for the call that you want. Each one has its own separate digits.
The data that's contained in those, the CFS command logs and CFS reports, are those generated at or near the time that they're being input into the CAD system?
Yes.
And are the CFS command logs, CFS reports kept in the ordinary course of regularly conducted business activity at the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
How long are those stored and accessible, Lieutenant?
As far as I know, forever. I can go back to when we started using the system. They're still in there, so there may be a time frame, but I haven't run into it yet.
Okay. There's some terminology that I've seen on those I'd like to ask you about. If all call is entered on a command log,
okay,
can you tell us what that means or who that goes to?
All call is not specific to any officer. On the reports, if you've seen a unit number or an officer, that would be specific to that officer. So in other words, if an officer signs en route to a call, his unit number would be there and then it would say en route. If it says all call, that's not assigned to any specific officer. That's just general information about the call that would be available for anybody.
I approach that.
Sure.
Lieutenant, I'm showing you a command log. It's just an example of one. And it looks like the information is generated in column form.
Correct.
So can you go column by column and tell the jury what's contained in this column, what information that is?
Okay.
Is this marked this one?
It's not. I'm not going to actually admit it, but if you want me to mark it.
I do, just for identification purposes.
This would be 3.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
So the first column would be the date that the information was entered. The second column would be the time that the information was entered. The third column would be who entered the information. The next column, which would be the fourth column, that's going to be the unit number that the information is tied to, which is where you were talking about the all call. That's where that is. So if the information is not specific to an officer or a unit, that's where the all call would be. So on this particular sheet, I've got someone that say all call, and then I've got some unit numbers on there. And then the last column is going to be whatever the information is that was logged for that particular time.
So Lieutenant, if there's an all call and there's information, is that sent to all the deputies that are on duty for that particular day?
Yeah, it's tied to the call, so it would be available for all the deputies to see.
And does that information get displayed on the laptop that's in their patrol vehicle?
Yes.
I've also seen the notation signing out. Lieutenant, what does that mean?
Well, that could mean a couple different things depending on what you're talking about. When you sign out on a call, that means you were en route to the call. You sign out that you're at the call. You arrived. It could also mean that you've signed out of the system.
Okay. Do deputies sign out for what I'll call community involvement activities like the fair or trick or treat or something like that?
Yes.
Does that mean that they aren't on duty anymore?
No.
Do they still have the same obligations as if they were driving around in a patrol vehicle?
Yes.
Are they still required to carry radio?
Yes.
I want to talk about that for just a second. The communication devices that deputies are issued, can you tell us what those are?
Mobile radios in the cars and portable radios that they wear on the person, kind of like I have.
Are you wearing a portable radio right now?
Yes.
Do those depend on internet or Wi-Fi?
No.
Can you tell us what kind of communication network that is between the radios?
That's called the MARC system. It's a statewide radio system. They have their own system. It doesn't depend on the internet or anything like that. It's a radio system that these radios connect with, and then they can talk back and forth and with each other.
So if the entire internet crashes and there's no Wi-Fi anywhere, can you still communicate with other deputies using that radio?
Yes.
Deputies that are signed out of special details, are they still required to respond to calls for service?
Yes.
Next, there was some testimony earlier about an ABL detail playback report.
Okay.
Are you familiar with those, Lieutenant?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those are?
It is the GPS location information of the cruisers as they're out moving around the county, whether they're responding to calls or they're just driving around doing patrol. That information is sent back to basically dispatch to some of the servers there at dispatch, and it's logged with those GPS locations.
And is this GPS ABL data kept in the ordinary course of the Ashland County Sheriff's Office business and part of regularly conducted business activity for the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Now, how long is that stored and accessible?
180 days.
And I'd like to ask a couple questions about dispatching that are germane to this case, Lieutenant. The Ashland County Sheriff's Office is responsible for handling calls for service.
Correct.
Is this done primarily through dispatchers?
Yes.
How many dispatchers work a particular shift?
Minimum of 2. There can sometimes be 3 and up to 4. Depends on the staffing levels, which tend to be a little low right now, but we're working on that.
All right. What are the shifts for dispatchers at the Sheriff's Office?
First shift is 7 a.m. until 3 p.m. Second shift is 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. And third shift is 11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Was that the same back in 2021 and 22?
Yes.
Do the dispatchers work as a team?
They do, yes.
And why is it necessary to operate that way, Lieutenant?
It allows them the flexibility to be able to handle multiple things at one time. So if the dispatcher gets tied up on something, the other dispatcher can take over and do whatever's necessary until they can switch back off and get back to what they would normally be handling.
What methods does dispatch use to communicate with road deputies?
The March radio system, the CAD system, and sometimes cell phones, personal phones.
You said there's 2 or 3, sometimes even 4 dispatchers per shift. How many road deputies are there per shift?
Minimum of 2. A lot of times we've got a minimum of 3 on second shift now. But there are sometimes more than 2 officers on duty as well, but it's a minimum of 2 on every shift except second, which is 3.
All right. And what's a zone, Lieutenant?
The areas where a particular officer is supposed to keep their activity. So in other words, we have zones so that officers kind of know where they're supposed to be. We basically have 4 zones set up in the county, and those officers would then assign out to those zones, and that's where they should stay most of the time to stay away from the other officers to allow them to make sure their efforts are spread out across the county.
Where are those zones located?
From the North County line to County Road 700, from County Road 700 to 1400, from 1400 to 2100, and then from 2100 to the South County line.
What if there's 3 deputies on shift?
Then you have a north car, a central car, and a south car. So you would take 700 north would be the north zone, 700 to 2100 would be the central zone, and from 2100 to the South County line would be the south car.
And 1 deputy is assigned per zone?
Correct.
What are those shifts, the hours?
Those shifts are Let's see, first shift is 8 AM till 4 PM, second shift is 4 PM until midnight, and third shift is midnight until 8 AM.
Was that the same in 2021 too?
Yes.
Do those deputies operate patrol vehicles?
Yes.
And you said the equipment they have to communicate with dispatch is a MDT,
Correct.
and then their radios.
Radios and phones.
Question specific to the MDT. Can deputies see the locations of other deputies on their MDT?
Yes.
And that was the same way in 2021 too?
Yes.
Lieutenant, is there a particular way that deputies are assigned to calls that come in?
Yes. Most of the time they're assigned to the calls by their zone. If the call is within their zone, then that's who should take it.
And why is that, Lieutenant?
That should be the closest car to the call.
Why do you want the closest deputy to respond to a particular call?
So that keep the time down.
So you want the quickest response?
Correct.
Is there always one supervisory deputy per shift?
I'm going to say yes, although sometimes the supervisor is just the officer in charge because they're not officially the supervisor, they're just the senior officer.
Okay. And then, are there any additional responsibilities that a supervising deputy would have on a particular shift as opposed to just the other two deputies?
Just making sure things are being handled in an appropriate way. Helping the other officers with anything that might need to be handled.
If all three officers or deputies are on scene to a particular call, are there any decisions that need to be made by a supervising deputy or supervising officer?
At times, yes.
Yeah, approach, Your Honor. We've got State's Exhibit 2, which is a DVD that I like to queue up. It's the ABL video. That was recorded by the temple.
Is the language on here as far as to read it?
It should be.
It should be up.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that what you need, Matt?
Yes, it is. If you could start that and stop it, Rick.
Okay. Okay, it started and stopped. It's frozen. It's at 0-1.
Thank you. Lieutenant, are you familiar with this video?
Yes.
And is it actually a recording of another video?
Yes, this is the ABL playback. This is what I see on my computer in my office when I play it back. There's no way to make a recording from that, so the only way I can do that is to record what I'm seeing on my screen in my computer.
And why did you record it with your cell phone?
Well, I didn't record myself, but I actually did it with my camera, my work camera. But we recorded this because of an investigation that we had going on.
And is it also because that data is only stored for approximately 6 months?
That's correct, too.
Okay. Can you tell us what's contained in this video, Lieutenant?
This video shows John Hale down in the lower left-hand corners. It shows Sergeant Benner. There it is. Waiting for it. So Sergeant Benner on the upper right-hand corner of the outskirts of Ashland, the city of Ashland there. And it shows a call up on 250 up by Wells Road that is in the CAD system, has been generated, and it's an ongoing call. It's a call that's active.
All right. So I can see the numbers from back there. There's a deputy here,
Correct.
and that is,
John Hale.
there's a deputy here,
Correct. Sergeant Benner.
and you said there's a third deputy that's not on the screen.
There is a third deputy. It's higher up on the screen. He will come into play. When we play this, he will come in from the northern part of the screen there.
And then the call location is here.
Correct.
You know who the closest deputy to that call location was?
It would have been Sergeant Benner.
If you could play that for me, Rick.
Okay, you're playing.
Thank you. Now the arrows that you see popping up, pointing in different directions, that is the direction the officers are driving.
Okay. Initially, does Deputy Benner drive away from the direction of that call?
Yes. And when you see the arrows go away, that means the cruiser has stopped moving.
So she's parked at this point?
Yes.
Thank you. And Lieutenant, does that video fairly and accurately depict the video from the AVL from your CAD system?
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Just so I'm clear on this, does this pertain to a particular date?
It does. Do you recall the date, Lieutenant, that this? Okay.
I do not. Without looking at some paperwork, I would not.
Okay. And just so Council's clear on this, it's not the court's intention to permit a recross. I'm bringing this up before you start your cross, so you got the warning. Unless the state goes into something on redirect that's outside the scope of cross, I'm not going to permit recross for either side of this trial. Straight there, cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. You basically said you're the tech guy for the sheriff's office, is that correct?
One of them, yes.
Okay. And who is William Bragg?
He's our IT department at the sheriff's office.
Okay, so you actually have an IT department?
Correct.
Okay. And when it comes to setting up, well, actually, let me ask this. You were referring to the CAD as a Zerger system. Zerger. What is that?
It's the name of the CAD system.
And that's the name that went in, you said in 2019?
It was the end of 2019, maybe the first part of 2020. I don't remember exactly when we went active in life with it.
Okay. And when did it become Suite? Or, I'm sorry, Central Square Technologies?
I don't remember when that switched over.
Okay, but the system didn't change, you didn't get new software, you didn't get anything?
That is correct.
Did Zerger, to your knowledge, become part of Central Square, or you have no idea?
I don't know how that merge happened or
Okay.
how they did it.
You indicated that you guys were working for months, training on this to get this to, in order for everybody to understand, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Halverson had testified about the hardware for his software is configured and set up by the agency. Is that something you did?
No.
So, do you know who set up the hardware configuration for the agency to run this software?
No.
And I believe your testimony was that the GPS that's internal versus external, you guys basically use an external where it's plugged into the devices in each vehicle.
Correct.
And are you aware that if those become unplugged or disconnected, that the information stops?
Correct.
And is it your experience that if that happens, whatever is on the screen as to where a vehicle is, does that just remain there?
It would, yes.
Okay. So there's no way to tell the difference between whether somebody is actually stopped and parked or stopped at a certain spot, or whether they just lost GPS at that, just lost internet at that point.
That would be correct.
Okay. And do you have anything to do with the GPS component ensuring that it's connected or anything of that nature?
No.
These CFS call for service, the command log versus the report. Remember speaking about that?
Yes.
Just to make sure I'm correct on this, that command log is the dispatcher basically indicating what's going on at the moment. She puts that, she or he puts that into the system.
Correct.
Types it.
Correct.
But that, when it is typed in there, that is to go to the computers in each vehicle.
It becomes part of the call for service.
Okay.
It's tied to that call for service, and then the call for services can be viewed by the computers out and about.
Okay. I guess so to be sure, what goes into this CAD system and is typed in is something that is available to be seen by officers in their vehicles.
Correct.
But obviously they can only see it and read it if they're in their vehicles at the time.
Correct.
Okay. This is not something that also goes out over the radio.
No.
Okay. Now, you also talked about the fact that there was the portable radio available in the vehicle and on the uniform of each officer, correct?
Yes.
And you said that was a MARC system?
Yes, marks.
SMARTS, okay. And does that work like any other, I guess, radio, such as the, that you have to be close enough to pick up the radio signals?
Yes, but you can be close enough to multiple different towers. The radio will actually affiliate with whatever tower's closest to it.
Okay.
So the radios will work statewide. It just depends on whatever tower you're closest to, that radio will then affiliate with that tower, so it changes.
Okay. But would you agree with me that there are dead spots?
Yes.
And it's, I guess because of the dead spots, certain radios, you're not going to hear the radio traffic then, right?
At times, yes.
Is that why then you also have the cell phone usage, just in case?
It could be, if they were trying to raise an officer and couldn't get a hold of them on the radio, you could use a cell phone. Sometimes the cell phones are used when it's something you don't want to put over the radio for everybody to hear. It's more of a private conversation. You need to communicate about something.
Okay. So, cell phone conversations between dispatch and an officer or between two officers are not something that everybody hears.
Correct.
you were talking about that there's now a minimum of 3 deputies on second shift, correct? And when did it go from 2 to 3?
I do not remember.
Are we talking 6 months ago? Are we talking 3 years ago? Any idea?
If I had to take a guess, I'd say 2 years ago.
Okay. And, when there is a supervisor, when there is a sergeant on shift, that is a supervisor position, correct?
Correct.
That's not just a lead, I think you refer to some people as a lead officer.
Correct. The sergeant would be in charge of that shift, so
Okay.
the lead person would be if the sergeant wasn't there for the day.
Okay. And as the sergeant, I believe you testified that they have specific duties that they're responsible for on that shift, correct?
Correct.
But in addition, they also can take calls.
Correct.
And isn't it a regular occurrence for a shift, a sergeant, to basically delegate calls to other people, even if they may be the closest?
It could happen.
Okay. And that would be basically discretion of their supervisor position?
Yes.
And if we have a situation in which we have a deputy that's in the middle of a call, and a call goes out needing, let's say they need 2 people, you've only got 2 on shift.
Okay.
What is is it normal to call in backup from other agencies if something like that happens?
Yes, that does happen.
Okay. And it happens on a pretty regular basis, right?
Regularly, yeah.
Okay. Such as highway patrol, or maybe the rangers down at Muskingum,
Yes.
or even individuals from other police departments or counties.
Individuals?
I mean, like individual police departments or officers from police departments or abutting counties that may be closest to the call.
Yes, that could happen.
Okay. And that's done in the regular course of conduct if you have other officers that are unavailable to go to a call.
Correct.
Because at this point, you only have 2, maybe 3 officers minimum to cover all of Ashland County.
Can get hectic sometimes.
Okay.
Yes.
And, if an individual is signed out for lunch or dinner or whatever the break is, and are not in their cars, they're not going to see things coming out, all calls on this CAD, right?
They would not see anything on the CAD if they were not in their car.
Okay. Now, because of, start that one. Have you encountered at times when this, the car, where they can, follow your car where it is?
The AVL?
AVL
Okay.
and the CAD system or whatever, but the AVL at times just may not be correct. I mean, example, that AVL says that cruiser so-and-so is parked at this position and actually cruiser so-and-so is on station.
That happens if the internet goes down and it loses connection with the server. That can happen. Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me, there's quite a few places in the county where internet can drop?
It does.
And if I'm not mistaken, the internet, or the hot spots that you guys use in the cars, I think you call them
pucks, lucky pucks.
Wi-Fi's.
Yes.
Or hotspots.
Yes, that you have to have, that helps with the internet, right?
Correct.
In the car.
It is the internet.
It is the internet. So depending on where you have it in your car, also may depend on whether you lose the internet. I mean, if it's on the dashboard, it falls off, it falls under a seat.
Correct.
And with these CAD reports, that if, as they're typing things in, if they realize one of the dispatchers forgot to make a comment or something based on what one of the callers said, can they go back in and add that in the system?
They can't add it necessarily to the line that's already been created. They can go back and change it, but it's much easier just to create another line and just add into it.
Right, but they can go back and change it. I mean, it's processed.
Yes, it is a process, not quick, but yes, they can do it.
Okay. And the times that are here, that print when they type, are based on when they enter the information in the system.
Correct.
Correct? Not necessarily when the call came in.
Correct.
So they might have a call time that is captured by when they receive a telephone call.
Okay.
And if they don't immediately input that, if they wait a few minutes, then the all call out to officers or to dispatch may be a later time when the actual call came in.
Has the possibility to, yes. However, when they take calls, what they're supposed to do and what happens most of the time, unless there's some extraneous circumstances, that call is created at the same time while the call is going on. So waiting a couple minutes to put something in there would not be appropriate.
Right, but it happens.
It does happen.
Especially when you're talking about you're kind of low on dispatchers, and if you have a couple of ones on a call, another one tries to come in and help, and then you have to go back and try to catch up.
Well, it would be even more dangerous doing that. They need to put it in right then when it's happening, so they should not be doing that. The only time that something should be put in later is if something happens that it maybe didn't apply to that call, but then all of a sudden it did apply to that call a little bit later on. I hope I'm explaining that right.
Hang on just a moment, Aaron. I'm Mr. Further, thank you.
I just have a couple. Lieutenant, you testified about the potential dead spots and radios. Okay. You recall that. What is the prevalence of those in Ashland County, Ohio?
There are some. I mean, I don't know if I could give you a percentage of it, but there are some dead spots. There are not a bunch of them, but they are out there.
Okay. And you were just discussing dispatchers entering in information in the CAD system.
Okay.
Are they trained to enter the information regarding a call simultaneously to when it's coming in?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Anyone to speak on this witness? Lieutenant, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Judge, I have Chief Deputy Blake. I anticipate he's going to be a while, so it might be a decent spot.
For a break?
Yeah.
All right, I'll take those. Thank you. We'll take a brief recess till, let's say 5 till.
Okay, sir. All right, please. Sir, you have a record.
Thank you. All right, we are back on the record, State versus Benner. Mr. Straussman, would you turn the jury, please?
Yes, sir.
No, it's just a step on the cup. I lost my cup.
Yep.
Thank you.
All rise for the jury, please.
Be seated, everyone. Thanks. Ready to call your next witness, Mr. Malone?
Chief Deputy David Blake.
Chief, would you come forward, please?
If you stand right here for me, basically, you're between the two microphones. Raise your right hand. If you swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this case, be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. This I say I do.
I do.
Have a seat, please, Steve. Watch your step when you go through there. It's your microphone, just speak up.
May inquire, Mr. Young?
Thank you, Judge. Chief, can you state your name and spell your last name?
David Dean Blake, B-L-A-K-E.
Are you employed?
Yes, I am.
Where and what capacity?
Ashland County Sheriff's Office as Chief Deputy.
Chief, how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Well, that's a long, I've been with them since 1978 in a part-time status. Came full-time back in 2014 when I retired from the state, and I've been full-time ever since.
When did you become Chief Deputy?
I took the job over in January of 21, officially got promoted in April of 21.
Where does that place you in the chain of command at the Sheriff's Office?
Second in command.
And that's second to elected sheriff
To
later.
the elected sheriff, yes.
The law enforcement officers that are employed by the Sheriff's Office, are they considered deputies?
Yes,
There's just different ranks of them, right?
correct.
Must deputies be law enforcement officers?
Yeah, some law enforcement officers work in the jail and do different functions, but the majority of them do work in the enforcement division.
And what's the overall function of the Ashland County Sheriff's Office?
Protect the laws of the state of Ohio, the Constitution of the United States. A function of a deputy sheriff, I call it a fix-it. I mean, because when you get a call for service, we have to come up with a resolution or fix it somehow. You could be anywhere from a lockout to a car, to a house, to an animal in the house, to domestic violence, to a physical assault. I mean, when we go to a call, you have to have a resolution. If you can't find a resolution, you have to find the resources to resolve that problem.
Specifically, what are your duties and responsibilities as Chief Deputy?
I run the entire agency basically, from budgeting, hiring, disciplines, policy making, just making sure we perform the functions of the office that we need to do.
Is part of that receiving and resolving complaints from deputies?
Yes. It goes through the chain of command. If it gives up to my level, yes, it's.
What's the training that's required to become a deputy for the Ashland County Sheriff's Office?
You have to first complete a peace officer's course. And I can't tell you, but it's approximately maybe 700 hours of schooling you have to do. And then you're hired on the agency. Then you got another 300 hours of on-the-job training to do before you're cut loose as a peace officer.
Is there a standard operating procedures manual that deputies are issued?
We have a policy manual, yes.
May I approach, Judge?
May.
Chief, I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 4. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I drafted this.
So you're in fact the author?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
This is a employee standards of conduct that's issued to every employee in the agency, and it's the bylaws of what we can do, what we can't do. If you're getting in trouble for something, not obeying an order, not doing your job, that kind of stuff, absenteeism, some stuff like that, obeying orders, performance of duties. This is the standards of conduct that.
And when was that particular document issued?
This one here was dated March 22nd of 2021.
Was that standard operating procedure manual in effect in 2021 and 2022?
That is correct, it was.
Our deputies provided a copy of the standard operating procedures to you?
What we do is we would send it out in an email, and there's a reading sign that would be posted in the shift briefing rooms that the officers would be required to sign, that they acknowledge that. Plus, it's online. Every employee can get on the computer and review this. It's a policy manual in our computer system.
And am I accurate that that's just an update? There was one before that and before that?
Yeah, we often review these and update them. Yes, we do.
In your time at the sheriff's office, has there ever not been a standard operating procedure manual?
No, there's always been one there since I've been employed there.
Is it the duty of deputies to follow that manual, Chief?
Yes.
If you could turn to page 3 for me. And what does it say regarding assistance to your fellow officers?
You want me to read this?
If you could, please.
No employee shall fail to aid, assist, and protect his or her fellow officer in time of danger or under circumstances where danger may reasonably be impeding except when incapacitated.
Chief, if you go to page 6 for me, please. Under conduct, there's an A section. Can you read that for us?
Yes. Employees of the Ashland County Sheriff's Office shall always, within Ashland County, protect life and property, preserve the peace, prevent crime, detect and arrest violators of the law, and enforce those laws of the United States in the state of Ohio, which the Sheriff's Office takes cognizance with. When employees are officially outside the Ashland County, employees shall carry out such orders as directions as may be given to them by competent authority.
Thank you. Next, Chief, page 11. If you could read what it says regarding meals and breaks.
Okay.
If you could read that to us, please.
All meals and breaks will be taken within the time allowed. Duties take precedence over the meals and breaks. All meals or breaks are to be taken within the assigned work area. That's all of it.
Chief, are deputies required to keep their portable radios on them during their lunch breaks?
Yes, they must do that.
Are they required to respond to calls for service during their lunch breaks?
Yes. Lunch breaks are at that convenience when they can work it in between the activities going on. You know, it's not as they get an assigned time. They have to work that in to whenever it's within their shift.
And then on page 12, Chief, under performance of duties, that A section, can you read that to us?
All employees of the Ashland County Sheriff's Office shall report for duty at the time and place assigned or ordered and shall be physically and mentally fit to perform their duties. They shall maintain sufficient competency and properly equipped to adequately assume the responsibilities assigned to their position. The supervisor will report to the division commander any employee that is incapable of performing their assigned duties.
Thank you. And then the last one, Chief, on page 16, read to us what it says under requirement to act.
Which one, A or B, or both?
A, please.
A, all employees of the Ashland County Sheriff's Office are required to take prompt, effective law enforcement action conforming to the department's directives and general orders with respect to violations of law coming to their attention or which they have knowledge. The fact that an employee may be detailed with special details does not relieve them of their responsibility of taking proper police action as may be necessary when the occasion arrives. Even though the occasion may be outside of the specific area of his assignment, an exception to this rule is in those cases in which an employee is assigned to an undercover capacity and his acting would seriously impair the success of his undercover assignment.
Chief, what are special details?
Special details could be a lot of things. We do school details. You do football game details. We do trick-or-treat details. We do traffic details. We do all kinds of details, you know, just to help the public keep things flowing, community service, stuff like that.
Is that encouraged at the sheriff's office?
Yeah, we do a lot of that. Community policing is what they call it. You know, you get the uniformed people in the communities and, you know.
Do the duties of a deputy change when they're involved in these community policing type details?
No, they do not.
So it's the same if they were driving around their patrol vehicle?
Correct.
Chief, prior to becoming a deputy, is there an oath that is taken?
Yeah, every employee that's in a uniform in enforcement or corrections does take an oath of office.
Mayor Pro Judge. May. Chief, I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 5. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
It is an oath that is given to each employee and then signed, if the sheriff swears them in, or I would swear them in, but they would sign this document, yes.
And does this particular document appear to be signed by someone?
It's signed by Cindy Benner and the sheriff.
Can you read to us under oath of office what that says, Chief?
It says, the state of Ohio, Ashland County, I, Cindy Benner, being duly sworn, say that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Ohio, and will faithfully discharge the duties of Deputy Sheriff of Ashland County, Ohio.
What's the date on that?
January 7th, 2013.
Chief, what's the jurisdiction of the Ashland County Sheriff's Office?
Anywhere within the Ashland County boundaries. Including, including the city of Ashland.
So when deputies are in duty, it's within Ashland County, Ohio?
That is correct.
During the course of your employment with the Sheriff's Office, did you become familiar with an employee named Cynthia Jo Benner?
Yes.
She's seated here in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
Can you tell us where she's sitting and something she's wearing?
Sitting at the defendant table wearing a red shirt and a gray jacket.
Thank you. Chief, was she employed by the Ashland County Sheriff's Office in 2021 and 2022?
Yes.
During 2021 and 2022, what was her position with the Ashland County Sheriff's Office?
She was a second shift sergeant.
Is that a supervisory role?
Yes.
In that position, what were her responsibilities?
Well, first of all, they were assigned as deputies in the zones, and they still have to perform zone activities. I mean, if there's a call in her assigned zone, then she would handle that. In her supervising activities, I mean, she was assigned the zones. If there was a question of an officer handling a case or had a question on something, they would go to her and expect an answer. The dispatch would have a question about a call coming up, they can call and refer to her and ask her opinion on which way it should go or stuff like that. She would overall be responsible for that shift on the activities that goes on. And for example, you know, if something would happen, I would call her and ask her what's going on, give me the details.
Okay. Some specific dates I want to ask you about, Chief. November 3rd, 2021, was Ms. Benner employed as a sergeant for the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Was she working that day?
Yes.
What was her shift and assignment?
I know she was assigned to second shift. I couldn't tell you the zone she was in. More likely, the supervisor takes the central zone, and if there's two other deputies work, we'll take north and south.
Okay. October 27, 2022, was Ms. Benner employed as a sergeant for the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
She working that day?
Yes.
You recall her shift and assignment?
It would have been second shift, and again, been the supervisor of that shift, and probably assigned the central zone.
November 2nd, 2022, was Ms. Benner employed as a sergeant for the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And what was her shift and assignment that day?
She was on second shift. She would have been the shift supervisor.
The last date, Chief, November 8th of 2022, was Ms. Benner employed as a sergeant for the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Her shift and assignment?
It would have been second shift, and should have been a shift supervisor.
Thank you. So would you say that supervisory duties are different or in addition to that of the other deputy on that shift?
Yeah. Yeah, they're still deputies, and they still respond to calls. They do everything else that other deputies do. except when there's decision-making to be done, obviously it would be done by the sergeant.
Okay, for those same years, what were the typical shifts for road deputies for any given day?
Would be the typical shifts.
Yeah, so is there a first shift, second shift? and
Yeah, there's 3 different shifts. The first shift is 8 a.m. to 4 p. Second shift's 4 p. to midnight. Third shift would be midnight to 8 a.m.
On a typical shift, how many road deputies are there?
At that time, there should have been the minimum of 3 deputies on second shift. Sometimes, depending on how the schedule worked, there could have been 4 working that day.
If there are 3 deputies, what are the zones?
There'd be a 3-car pattern. You'd have a car assigned to the north zone, you have a central zone, and you got a south zone.
Do you know what the boundaries are between those zones, Chief?
Yeah, the boundaries, like for the north car, would be from the North County line down to about County Road 8900, where Polk is, between 8, somewhere, we kind of, depending where the call would be, but there's a boundary line right there. And then the central car would take from like Nankin, Polk area, Nankin, all the way maybe to Hayesville, and then Hayesville down to Loudon over the county line would be zone 3.
Okay. So if there's 3 deputies, 1 is assigned to each of those zones?
That's correct.
Chief, what's a call for service?
A call for service would come in. It could be generated by a deputy doing a car stop, or it could be a call into the dispatch center. And when that happens, the dispatcher automatically creates a call for service and starts logging information.
Is that sometimes abbreviated CFS?
Yes.
Are deputies trained and required to respond to calls for service in their assigned zone?
Yes.
Does each deputy assign their own cruiser to you?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the dispatch system that's used by the sheriff's office?
Yes.
What are the methods that dispatch contacts road deputies?
It's through the March radio system.
Do deputies have a portable radio?
Yes.
Are they also sometimes contacted through their in-car laptop or MDT?
Yeah, we can send messages back and forth through the in-car laptop. With the Zerker system in our cars, we can see where other deputies are. If a dispatcher starts a call, you can see that being typed out on the computer too, so you know exactly what's going on.
That portable radio, while a deputy's on duty on a particular shift, are they required to have that on at all times?
All times.
And how are deputies assigned to particular calls?
By the dispatcher and the zone. When a deputy signs on today, when he starts his shift, he'll sign on saying, I'm on zone 1, I'm on zone 2 and 3, or zone 4. So the dispatcher knows where that deputy's working at. So when the call comes in, they know who to give that to.
So it's by location?
Correct.
And why is that?
That's just because you want to give it to the closest car to handle that call. So you give it to him in his zone, and he just works that zone.
Is that because they can get there the fastest?
Yes.
Are deputies ever assigned to particular calls based on their individual qualifications?
No, I mean, not really. I mean, the deputies are all trained the same. They're all expected to do the same job. You know, you may have a hostage situation, maybe a little different. We'll call in somebody, but we don't have any hostage situation. I'm just trying to think what you're asking me, but, no, all deputies are trained the same.
So they're treated as interchangeable, is that fair?
Yeah.
If a deputy is assigned to a particular call, do they have any discretion whether they respond or not?
They do not have discretion, no.
Do they have discretion to assign calls to other deputies?
No, and then if there's a particular reason that they wouldn't go, they would contact a supervisor, you know, saying it's a family member's house or something strange like that. They would run it by the supervisor and tell them what's going on, but rarely that ever happens.
What about assigning calls to other agencies? Does that happen?
to other, I guess I'm not understanding.
Like the State Highway Patrol or the Ashland Police Department.
So we may, depending on what the activity is going on, if you get a crash, yeah, you may call the state patrol. There may be times, depending on what the call is, say you go to a domestic violence call or may have a gun call, it'll be all hands on deck for our agency, but you may call the patrol to be a backup or, kind of watch things for us till we get this call resolved. We do use them as a backup, but their expertise is not in criminal stuff.
Excuse me just a second, Chief. Mr. Carlson, could you get Mrs. Hester a drink of water?
I'm sorry.
No, don't bother you. I just don't want to lose a juror. Could you get her some water?
Absolutely.
I've never lost a juror. I don't want you to be the first.
Thank you.
I'm right there with you. I had a cough for 3 months. I can't get rid of it. All right, Mr. Martin, I think we can resume.
Chief, you were talking about domestic violence calls. Would it be appropriate ever to assign one of those calls to the Ohio State Highway Patrol?
To assign it to Highway Patrol, no, not typical. We never, very rare, I couldn't imagine we do that, no.
And why not?
That's our expertise. If it's that type of call, we would automatically go to it. It'd have to be a damn good reason why we would send the State Highway Patrol to a domestic violence call.
What's the protocol for deputies monitoring radio traffic during their shift?
That's a must. You have to monitor. I mean, when the dispatcher calls you with something, a CFS going on, you gotta answer it.
Are they required to keep their radios on and open to communication at all time while they're on duty?
The whole time, the whole shift.
Does the Ashland County Sheriff's Office assign priority levels to different types of calls?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those are?
There's a priority 1, which is a very low, non-priority call. Priority 2 would mean get yourself going there. Priority 3 would be a licensed sirens type of call.
Are deputies given any discretion to assign priority 1, 2, or 3?
Depending on the nature of the call, the deputies will do their own, if they should do a priority 1 or priority 2 or 3, whatever. The nature of the call and the information you get from the dispatcher, if it's an accident with injuries, we would take a priority 3 call to that. When you get there, try to render aid. If it's a lockout of a house or a car, you just drive as a normal shift, get in there and try to assist. So it depends on what the type of call is. If it's physical, that kind of stuff.
Would there ever be a situation where a fellow officer physically struggling with an armed suspect would be less than a priority 3?
Absolutely not.
What about a domestic violence call?
Absolutely not, because those are so unpredictable when you get there. What you hear from the dispatcher on the caller could be totally different once you get there, because most of the time the caller doesn't know where the assailant is or whatever it may be, and when you get out of the car, you're about half blind what you are actually doing and who you're looking for. So.
What about a call of someone threatening suicide with a gun? You don't know what to expect when you get there. You have to take what the caller gives the dispatcher, relays to you. When you get there, you got to assess things. If you go back a couple months ago, we just had that call, and if you want the details of that, we just had that call, and an officer shot an individual. And that's a priority 3.
That's a priority 3.
These high priority calls, whether specifically dispatched or not, should the supervisory deputy on shift respond to those calls if they're aware of them?
Absolutely. That's her job.
And these priority 3 status calls, what's the expected time for deputies to start their response to those calls?
Immediately. Time is of the essence.
Based on your training experience, Chief, can minutes make a difference when responding to those priority calls?
Absolutely.
What about seconds?
Absolutely.
On the flip side of that, what's the priority for a deer carcass receipt?
There is no priority to that. I mean, if you're available and you can handle that, that's fine. We do that as a courtesy to the public and giving those receipts. They can also be issued by the Highway Patrol. They can also be issued by Ohio Department of Natural Resources. We just do it as a courtesy.
So that's lower than a priority 1?
I would say yes.
Domestic violence calls specifically, are those 1 or 2 deputy responses?
Automatically 2, depending on what the dispatcher tells you. The 3rd deputy could come to that area, at least be in the area. And sometimes could also come to the house, depending if you're going to arrest a suspect. You know, sometimes the help being there is a lot better.
Is that why those are 2 or 3 deputy calls, the more help the better?
Oh yeah. Domestic violence calls are so unpredictable. You know, you could go to the house, arrest a suspect, and then the victim of that gets upset. Personally, I've been through that, so it's just unpredictable call.
What's the protocol for the sheriff's office if a deputy is tasked with responding to 2 different calls at one time?
The supervisor will make a decision on I guess the deputy itself would look at each call. What's the more prior? Where should I go first? And then the supervisor could step in and say, hey, this is what you're going to do. Maybe I'll handle this call, you take care of that call or something, or assign somebody else, or put that on the back burner and we'll take care of them if we can.
So they should respond to the higher priority call?
Correct. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. The sheriff's office uses codes in communicating with each other?
Yeah.
And what's the point of using those codes, Chief?
It's just to simplify, instead of saying certain words, 17, that means meet me somewhere, 19 means call me, 86 would be a traffic stop. It's just the Buckeye State Sheriff's codes we use.
What's 10, or make it 10?
Assistant officer.
What's the priority level to that, Chief?
Most of the time it's a 10, because an officer don't call for help unless he absolutely needs it.
Are those calls common?
Not common, but they do happen. That could be a traffic stop. They're going bad. When you yell for a code 10, you need help. We're trained, we do most traffic stops by ourselves, or, we go to complaints by ourselves. If I yell for a code 10, they know they need to get moving.
Does that get your attention if you're the responding deputy when someone else asks for a code 10?
Oh, yeah.
Just a second, Judge.
Sure.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Question, Aaron?
Yes, Your Honor. I understand that you're chief deputy now and were appointed in April of 2021, is that correct?
I was when I was sworn in that position in April of 2021.
And prior to that, what was your position?
I was a administrative captain and also in charge of the jail.
And how long did you do that?
The administrative captain part was probably, probably the last 3 or 4 years when I was a captain. The jail administrator was the first part of that. In 2014, when I took over the jail administrator's job. And then several years later, they appointed me to be the administrative captain.
Okay. And if I recall your testimony correctly, you indicated that in fall of 2014 is when you started. Is that meaning in the jail?
I started in the jail May, it's either April or May of 2014, not in the fall.
Okay. And, but before that, you were working for the state?
I retired from the state in February of 2009. I retired from there.
Okay. And what did you do for the state?
I worked at Mansfield Correctional as a warden's assistant, administrative assistant.
And how long did you do that?
I think it was my last 9 years of working there.
And so that would have been what, in about 2000?
Roughly.
You started that?
Yeah.
Okay, what did you do before that?
I was the captain at Richland Correctional.
And how long did you do that?
I was there probably 9 months. Then I got promoted to go to Mancy.
Okay, and what did you do before Richland Correction?
I was a lieutenant at Mansfield Correctional.
And how long were you there?
When I started there in 1980, and I think I got promoted to sergeant in 85, and I got promoted to lieutenant. I couldn't honestly answer that question. 80, I really don't know that.
Okay, so basically from 1980 until present, you have been in some sort of a supervisory type position, either in the prisons or at the jail here with the Ashland County Sheriff's Office.
Well, I didn't make sergeant until probably 85, so that's when I started my supervisory.
Okay. And so I guess when was the last time, or have you ever had any experience as a road deputy or a road officer?
Yeah, I hired at the sheriff's office part-time in 1978, and I think it was 81 or 82, they put me through peace officer school when I turned 21. And then after I got cleared, I started working the road. And probably my last 10 years before I retired, I worked probably an average of 40 hours every 2 weeks, part-time, working the weekends, stuff like that. And before that, I worked at various shifts.
Okay, so maybe I need to get a better idea of, so you started in 1978 part-time as a county sheriff deputy?
Starting as a dispatcher then.
Okay, dispatch. And then I believe you've indicated that sometime in 81 or 82 you went to peace officer school?
Correct.
Okay, so 1981 to 82, you're in peace officer school. And you were also working at Mansfield Correctional then, correct?
Correct.
And when did you, graduate peace officer school?
I'd just be guessing, 82, 83, I'd be guessing, I really don't remember.
Do you recall when you were, released onto the road as a full-fledged deputy?
You mean road cleared?
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and
work alone?
Yes.
I couldn't answer that either. You went through training them days, and the training wasn't near what we have today, so I honestly couldn't even answer to you what the training was. You rode with a deputy for so long, and then they just cut you loose.
Okay, so there was some time then after 1983 that you were working part-time as a deputy on the road for Ashland County Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
Okay. And I believe you're indicating that was weekends mainly?
No, I work, mainly on the weekends because that was my off, or my off days was, when I made the sergeant, lieutenant, captain, you were off during the week. So I would work my week, days off there at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And how long did you maintain that part-time deputy status?
When I retired from the state, I came to the sheriff's office full-time and only worked from November full-time till I think February or March, and I was laid off because of budget reasons. And then I went back to part-time status and worked that until April or May of 2014 when they asked me to be the jail administrator.
So is it fair to say a majority of your career has been spent in the field of corrections rather than patrol and road duty as a deputy?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Okay. And do you recall, so the last time you would have been out on doing any type of road patrol would have been sometime before 2014?
No, that's not true. Because in the captain's position, I often would go out and patrol during the day. As years went by, that slowed down. And I still get out occasionally now and go out in a marked car and do things.
Okay. And when you're out in a marked car to do things, do you respond to dispatch as one of the deputies?
I have responded to backup officers, yes.
And as a supervisor, you're going in to back up officers, but you allow the deputies to take initial charge, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, do you still have the standard operating procedures, I believe, was State Exhibit 4?
Yes.
And you read on, if you want to go to page 3, about assistance to fellow officers, that you read earlier. That is a procedure that is encouraged under your policy procedure manual, is that correct?
Encouraged?
Yes.
Something they have to abide by, yes.
Well, it's not a violation of law if they don't.
It's a violation of policy, yeah.
Right, but it's not a violation of the ORC.
Correct.
Okay. And flipping to page 6, I believe under conduct, subsection A, you read regarding conduct. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And is that also a section which is a policy of the county sheriff's office, but not a violation of the ORC?
I don't know the definition of dereliction without reading that, and to answer your question, it would not be fair for me to say yes or no right now.
Well, the requests for these charges were provided by you, correct?
Do what now?
The request to have these charges brought against
No,
Cindy was not your idea.
no.
You didn't bring it over. You were not involved in that process.
To bring it over where?
To bring it over for review.
To the law director?
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Were you involved in the underlying investigation of these 4 incidents?
I did the administrative investigation.
And at that time, so you have not reviewed the requirements of dereliction of duty?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you didn't review that for your testimony today either?
No.
Okay, flipping to page 11 where it talks about meals and breaks, do you recall that?
Yes.
And a deputy is authorized to take a meal break during their shift, but they're to listen to the radio and be cognizant if there's a need for them to respond, correct?
That's correct.
And meals obviously are not to be had in the cruiser, right?
I don't know that rule. I mean, that's a personal rule. I mean, I know when I work a cruiser, do I eat and drink in my cruiser? Yes, I do. I mean, you have to fit in what you can.
Well, and I guess maybe at the time you were involved in the cruiser, you probably didn't have nearly the, the technology and computers and things that are in cruisers these days, right?
That is false.
Okay. So you had the same computer setup and the same loss of front seat space?
Yeah.
Okay. With the, but would you agree with me that if you are having your lunch break outside your vehicle, you do not have access to read what's coming over the computer on the cab?
That is true.
And would you also agree that there are many places in the county that have dead spots for the radio?
I would disagree with that.
Okay, and what part of that do you disagree with?
I've been working in this county, I've been working Mark's radios, even with the state. In this county, very, very rare do I ever lose radio connection. If I'm in a basement of a house, maybe so. But outside of that house, or even the first, second floor, rarely I've ever lost communications.
And that's in your personal experience, and what you've told us is your, like I said, what you have done as a road deputy and as an individual in corrections.
Yeah, I mean, I'm out there every day, and I mean, I have a Mark's radio assigned to me, and I very rarely that happens.
But most of the time that you have that radio available to you, you're either on station or in town, in places that are less likely to lose.
And that's probably a fair statement, yeah. There's some, but I do go all over.
Ever been in your vehicle and you lose radio reception on your car vehicle running around Ashland County?
No.
That's never happened to you?
No, not that I ever recall. The Mark's radio system's come a long way in the last 15 years.
And turning to page 12, under performance of duties, I believe you read subsection A. And again, is that, to your knowledge, a violation of that would be a violation of the law?
Again, I don't know what dereliction is, and unless I knew what the definition is to make that determination, I can't answer that.
Well, what about any other violation of the law? You're thinking if there's a violation, it's only dereliction?
No.
Okay. As we sit here today, you cannot indicate whether or not that is a violation of the law.
Objection, Judge. It's asked and answered.
Sustained.
Going to page 16, subsection A under requirement to act. This particular subsection, if I guess, let me know if I'm not paraphrasing this correctly, is that an employee should basically promptly do the best they can to follow the procedures and do their job. Is that a good summary of that?
You got to say that again, I guess. I thought you were following something in this, I was kind of looking for it.
No, I guess I am just, let me ask you this. Can you paraphrase what subsection A means under requirement to act?
If they're on a special duty detail and they see a violation of the law or they hear something they need to respond, the special detail is a low priority. There's no priority really to it. They're doing community service work, If you get a call for service, you need to respond. The special duty detail does not tell you you can't respond to a call of service.
Okay. But these special details are posted for deputies to sign up for, correct?
Most of the time, yes.
And those are basically, they're paid positions for people to come in and handle if they want extra.
That's correct.
But the responsibility of the supervisor on that shift, if nobody does it, has to make sure the special detail is filled, right?
Yeah, I guess I understand that's going on, yes.
Okay. And as a result of that, in any given situation, on second shift, there's at least 2 vehicles, right? 2 deputies.
No, 3.
When did it become 3?
Shortly after I took over as being the chief, the call volume on second shift, I felt there should be 3 deputies. With the type of calls that they're getting, the people they're interacting with, for officer safety, I wanted to put 3. I would like to put more out there, but budget-wise, I can only do 3. And there was times based on scheduling, she could have 4 out, maybe 5, but the minimum was 3.
Okay. And, those deputies are responsible for covering the entire county, correct?
Their priority is their zone. Could they, depending on what type of call it is, if I had a domestic violence call or a man with a gun call up north, should the zone car number 3 start moving up to the central zone, because if he's needed, you don't want to be in Loudonville or Perrysville when that happens. You want to be closer to the call. So we're all trained that way. When there's a north car and there's a domestic violence or some type of physical assault or whatever it may be, zone 1 and zone 2 is going to respond. Zone 3 is going to come up at least to the central zone, maybe on the north side of the city, and be ready in case he needs us to respond, or depending on what the call is, may continue on until he's called off by the supervisor saying, we got this.
Okay. And in all 4 of these instances you went over with Attorney Malone, Cindy Benner was the sergeant supervisor on shift, correct?
On the 4 dates that he indicated to me, yes.
Yes. And that if such a domestic situation in the car needs to immediately get there as quick as possible, isn't it also within the discretion of the supervisor to request other either deputies or OSP or other agencies respond because nobody can get there fast enough, just to be sure that the person gets help?
You're asking me multiple questions there. Depending on the call, if the supervisor's en route to it, could request additional people, depending on what type of call it is, a man with a gun call. There's many times we do call OSP to back us up, but then when we get to those calls, we're the ones to handle that. OSP would stand back, and if we needed them, they would come in and help us. So.
Okay, let me ask you this. You have a deputy in North Zone, and there's a DV call up there. You have a deputy in Center, and you have a deputy in the South. Deputy in the Center is the supervisor. You have the North car is the one dispatched to it. All right, because it's up, that's in his version of his area. And would you agree with me that it is within the sergeant's or the supervisor's discretion to have dispatch call in backup for that north car while waiting for other cars to perhaps get there, or the other cars are busy?
I'm thinking about that. I guess what's the sergeant doing? If the sergeant, because you don't want to wait for a guy that's clear down the Loudonville, Perrysville area to go clear up north for a domestic violence call when that central car is half that distance. Because just like he asked me, time is of the essence. Could be a seconds, could be minutes. Do I want to wait another 5, 10, 15 minutes for another deputy to show up to back me up? No, I don't. Not when that car is right there in the central zone. I want that backup.
Right, but isn't a call to other agencies to back up a backup to that
Okay.
deputy?
It could be, but if I'm calling OSP and they're out on the interstate, that makes things worse.
But that's a call that's made in the moment, right?
In the moment, I guess so, but do we need to know, as a supervisor of that shift, is OSP going? Do we know that? What's the nature of the call? Why am I not going? I guess that's my question. What you're asking me, I would be asking them.
What I'm saying is a supervisor on the shift, as a supervisor, has that discretion to make that decision.
Somewhat, yes, but they are also a deputy assigned to a zone. They are a supervisor, there is some discretion, but they are also a deputy assigned to a zone and required to handle calls.
Now, oftentimes, would you agree with me that your deputies are on calls when another call comes in?
I don't understand that question.
If you have 3 deputies, 2 are out on calls themselves. They're dealing with people. And then you get a call in for a DV, domestic violence, which you're saying has to have a 2-people response. Are you saying your policy and your expectations of your deputies is that they leave those calls they're on to head towards a possible domestic violence?
Yes, because depending on what type of call they're on, if it's a non-priority call, could they leave and come back to that? Yes, they could. They would need to respond. Could we call OSP to back us up, depending where they're at? Because 9 times there's only 1 trooper out, maybe 2 on a lucky day. But you don't have the backup, sometimes the PD has to come out and back us up. So,
Again, that's a decision to be made by the supervisor on that shift.
depending on what's going on, yeah.
And you were asked about the incident on November 3rd, in which Cindy has been accused of being derelict in her duties, correct?
I don't have that documentation in front of me to look at, if you want to share that.
Well,
I know that's dates,
did you review any of this prior to coming to testify?
not the actual criminal case.
You didn't review the criminal case to come and testify in the criminal
No, I
trial?
reviewed the questions that he had for me.
Do you recall the situation in which, on November 3rd, 2001, there was that Cindy Benner was called out to a deer carcass call?
If you said 2001, I wasn't probably
Or
working.
2021, I'm sorry, let me correct that.
Okay.
Do you recall that?
Read that again to me, the circumstances.
That Cindy Benner, on November 3rd, 2021, was called out to a deer carcass call.
I do remember some of the particulars that I'd have, like I said, I have to review that to know exactly what I'm talking about.
And you testified earlier that there are other agencies that deal with deer issues, correct?
Correct.
I believe you said that was the Post and Wildlife.
Correct.
But isn't it true that when it's a situation on private property that it has to be handled by the sheriff's office?
I'll say that again, on private, I heard,
The deer situation, deer carcass, deer issues on private property must be handled by the sheriff's office versus highway patrol or wildlife.
that's not true. That, natural resources can do it anywhere. I mean, if a deer is shot and falls dead on somebody's property, they can issue the receipt.
Okay, but
All
highway
deer-
patrol cannot.
Huh?
The highway patrol cannot.
Yeah, I don't know that they answer that truthfully, because all our deer receipts go to the Ohio Department of Natural Resources.
Okay. And how many of those officers do they have in Ashland County?
Typically one, but, and he serves several counties, as far as I know.
Okay.
It's a
So
convenience
likely
thing.
not to be very available.
That's true.
And, on November 3rd, 2021, while Cindy was at the deer call, there came a call in about a grandfather, or a domestic situation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the outcome of that call that was handled by Officer Sean Taylor, basically resolved any, any possible crime happening. That was that was resolved when Deputy Taylor arrived and handled that call, correct?
Can you give me something to refresh my memory?
This involved a situation in which I think there was a, give me just a moment. This involved a complaint that individual claimed that she was being strangled and needed assistance. Give me just a moment, please.
Sure. Can I get a cup of water? Sure. I got it. Oh, sure. Yeah.
You want ice or no?
What's that?
You want ice or no?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, sorry, we'll make sure I got my points straight. November 3rd, 2021 was an alleged domestic in which a granddaughter, knocked, or pushed her grandfather down. Do you recall that situation?
I remember that, but you gotta remember the administrative case was done 10 months ago. So
And again, you didn't review any of it for today? Well, do you recall, as a result of Deputy Taylor responding to that call, that charges were forwarded on the grandchild and she was left there in the residence that night?
without reviewing that, I can't answer your question. I really don't know.
So as we sit here today, you don't know whether or, well, start that. So in the situation on October 27th, 2022, do you recall whether the deputy that arrived at the scene, other than Deputy Benner, actually took care of the matter?
Again, I don't know what case you're talking about unless you give me documentation I can read and review.
Would that be your same answer for November 2nd, 2022?
I'm sorry?
the situation that happened on November 2nd, 2022, in which there was a welfare check call in which two officers, Hale and Deputy Saylor, arrived at the house, spoke to the situation. Are you aware of the outcome that was handled by the officers being present there?
I'm familiar somewhat with that case. Again, I would have to read it, but I am somewhat familiar with that one.
That case, basically, by the deputies being there, they handled the matter. There was any potential crime was stopped, right?
As far as I know, yes, because if I recall correctly, without reading any documentation, that another party called in that he was taking pictures of a gun and indicated that he may be wanting to commit suicide. And that call was in the central zone to which Sergeant Benner was assigned to, and she had the north and south car, or the north and south car responded to that when she was, what, three or 4 miles away from it and didn't respond?
But my question was, that situation ended with no arrests and any potential crime being stopped.
Potential crime? I mean, if he was going to commit suicide?
To prevent or halt the commission of a crime, that happened by them being there, correct?
After they're there and investigated, as far as I know, there wasn't an arrest. Without reading the documentation, I don't think there was an arrest.
Okay. And on November 8th, 2022, a situation of a Deputy Dute had a car stop. Do you recall that situation?
I do remember somewhat of that one.
Okay. And Deputy Dute was the individual who initiated that contact, correct?
Yes.
And at one point, he calls out for priority help, correct?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of that traffic stop, the commission of a crime was halted, correct? The individual didn't have a gun anymore and he was in custody.
Yes and no.
Okay, what are you waffling about?
Because there was another party there, and they had her outside of the car. When he walked up to the car, he seen the individual laying in the back seat with the gun. You still have a driver that you have no control over, and you're wrestling and trying to get this guy under arrest.
But wasn't that driver still in the car during that scuffle? She was sitting in the front seat?
Without reading the report again, to fair myself, what I seen at the body cam at the time, I seen her standing outside the car. And I believe, yeah, she was in the car because when all this happened, but you don't know what she's capable of doing.
But my question was, at the end of that encounter, the commission of a crime had been halted by Deputy Dute as he had the person in custody, correct?
That person, yes.
Yes. And the female was never arrested for anything that night.
Yeah, at the end of it, yeah, but that doesn't happen like that. It takes time to investigate, question. You don't know what her involvement is.
But at the
You don't
end,
know.
there were no charges filed against her.
Correct.
So the matter, would you agree, the commission of the crime was halted and the offender was apprehended?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
The oath of office,
Exhibit 5 that was signed in 2013 by Cindy Benner. Do you recall that exhibit?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay. How often do you have the officers do that?
Every time they change a position, you know, if they're a sergeant in the jail, whatever they go up through the ranks, they're hiring, they're all, every one of them signs that.
Okay. Do you recall when Cindy Benner became a sergeant?
No, I do not.
May I approach?
Sure.
Can I see that?
Sure.
So do you recall why on January 7th of 2013 you would have had her sign a new oath of office?
She was demoted.
In 2013?
Oh. Okay, this is, okay. She was promoted to sergeant. Okay, so yeah, January 7th, sorry.
Well, wasn't she actually promoted to sergeant in 2009?
I have no idea. You know why this was done?
That's what I'm asking about.
When the sheriff starts a new term, he used to swear in everybody. And we used to do that, and until the last 2 terms, we stopped doing this.
Okay.
Under the advisement of the prosecutor.
All right.
That would be the last one she signed as a sergeant.
Now, you testified earlier that deputies were all trained the same, is that correct?
Correct.
But don't you have special training involving some animal cases? Doesn't that require some special training?
It would be more of a detailed training. I don't know if it's a special training, because at one time we tried to train every officer to be able to handle abusive animal calls. I mean, that was something that she wanted to do, and I supported her on that, so we had made officers go to the classes.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that something separate and apart that they go to other than their regular deputy training. That's
Yeah, I mean, it could be, yeah, you consider that.
Okay. And also, don't your officers, aren't they, only some of them certified in CIT, crisis intervention training?
Yeah, when I took over chief deputy, even as a captain, I started sending people to CIT training, and we're still doing that today.
Okay, and that basically is a crisis intervention training to deal with people that are mentally ill and in crisis, correct?
Correct.
And are every one of your deputies trained in that?
We are in the process of getting through. They only take 1 or 2, maybe 3 at a time, and we can only do it twice a year because we have to either go to Worcester or go to Mansfield to get it done.
But that would just be another example of special training that not every deputy has.
Well, every deputy, yeah, that could be true in that, but every deputy is required to do 24 hours training a year.
I understand that.
Okay.
But I'm just talking about your indication that every deputy is trained the same. I just want to show that there are exceptions to that, correct?
Okay.
Okay. When we were talking about different priority levels, whether something was a 1, 2, or 3, your indication was most deputies should know what level something is. It comes over the radio or over the CAD, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and you expect that due to their experience and training, right?
Correct.
And you actually made a comment about sometimes there's situations in which one of the officers has already been there and already dealt with this person at some time, and maybe there's a call back in a domestic. Do you recall that?
No, I did not say that.
Okay, let me ask you this then. When you were talking about somebody threatening suicide with a gun, you don't know what to accept, except sometimes officers have been there before and dealt with this person. Right?
I never said been there and dealt with this person. I've not made that comment here. I don't
Okay,
believe.
well, let me ask you this. the spirit of the statement, would you agree that there are officers that, especially in domestic situations, go back to the same place and have had experience with these individuals before?
I mean, depending, I mean, it may not even be an option if it's in your zone and you get a call back or you go back. I mean, I guess I'm confused what you're asking me.
Okay, let me try this a different way.
Okay.
Would you agree with me that in domestic violence situations, oftentimes law enforcement is called back multiple times?
Yeah.
To the same place, right? And oftentimes, there is a deputy that goes back to the same place and he has had rapport with or communications with this caller or offender, right?
If you have those options and availability, yeah.
Okay. Then wouldn't you agree with me if somebody had a rapport with that individual or had just dealt with them, they would be a good person to send back to that location?
Somewhat agree, yeah. I mean, it depends if it's in my zone and they call me and say, I was just at that house, let me go back and talk to this guy, I got a good rapport with them. As a supervisor, would I let them go? Yeah, I would go with them and let them handle the majority, probably, yeah.
Okay. That would be a supervisor decision.
Yeah, but I would go with them.
And when someone, I guess a deputy puts out a, make it 10, you're saying that means assistant officer, right?
Correct.
Okay. And does that mean, I guess, how do you know, based on that code number, that, I mean, what is the other number they use if they just need assistance and not hot?
Code 10, just a code 10.
Okay, so code 10 simply means I need assistance.
Correct.
I need backup. Okay. And because most times, I believe you testified earlier, that oftentimes deputies have to go to these calls by themselves, right?
Yeah, depending on what type of call it is, yeah, they would go to calls by themselves, yeah.
Okay. Now, when Cindy, as a sergeant, wanted to write up or deal with issues she was having with some of her deputies on that shift, she would need to run those by you, is that correct?
No.
She would not have to run write-ups or anything by you?
No, she has to go through her chain of command.
Okay, who would that be?
Lieutenant Sims at the time,
Okay,
that was her direct supervisor.
okay,
And if he would bring it to me, then I would review it and either approve or deny it, or we would talk about it
okay, but it eventually would get to you?
eventually.
Okay. And isn't it true there have been multiple times she has requested write-ups or assistance with some of her deputies on her shift?
To me,
Eventually getting to you.
if they got to me, we dealt with them.
My question is, do you recall there being there, that she was requesting assistance in some of her deputies?
I remember the time that she had with Curtis Hall, me and her and the officer and her union rep sat in there, we did discipline on him.
I'm just asking in general, if she has made those indications known to you through her supervisor.
There may have been, I can't recall of any, unless you have specific names or whatever, but
But you will agree that her evaluations had always been good up until, this was filed.
I would disagree with that.
And you would sign off on these evals, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated earlier when I was asking you a question that Cindy was demoted from sergeant and is currently in the jail, is that correct?
Yes.
And while in the jail, she's actually in central control, right?
Judge, I object. I don't see how this is relevant.
See, what's the relevance, Mr. Mayor?
I believe the relevance is allegations of dereliction of duty. They still have her working, and I'm just showing that she's still working in a training capacity.
I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's working in the jail in master control because she's on light duty, and she's been on light duty since February, and that is a light duty post. So yeah, she is confined to master control.
And she's also training individuals while at the jail, is that correct?
What I understand, yes.
Okay. Can I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor, but I do have him under subpoena with a possible recall.
You may recall him during your case in chief.
Yes.
Any redirect?
Chief, do you halt the commission of a crime when it's going on, or by showing up 20 minutes late after someone else has already made an arrest?
Repeat that.
Do you halt the commission of crime while that crime's going on, or do you halt it by showing up 20 minutes late after another deputy has already made an arrest?
I guess I'm still not understanding your question.
My question is, do you halt the commission of a crime when it's going on? Is that the time to halt the commission of a crime?
Right.
Do you halt it by showing up when the deputy's already made another arrest?
It's basically completed other than cleaning up the details.
Right. The Mark's radio connections that you were asked about, in the last 3 years, can you recall how many instances you've lost radio connection?
It's very rare, and I mean, they go down for maintenance occasionally, but sometimes we're notified of that. But it's a rare opportunity. I honestly have not heard any complaints on the radio system for quite a while.
Do you recall the circumstances where you've lost a radio connection?
I mean, I'll hear it occasionally that the Mark system went down. It's, like I said, it's a rare thing, maybe once or twice a year.
Okay. The hypothetical that was posed by Attorney Mayer, there's a deputy in the North Zone, a supervisor in the Central Zone, and a deputy in the South Zone. And there's a domestic violence incident in the North Zone. We didn't say what that supervisor was doing, but assume that the supervisor was free to respond to that call. What is that supervisor's obligation in that situation?
To respond.
Is it to send the South deputy to the North Zone?
Normally, the South car would come up towards the north based on what type of call it is and what's going on, and the reaction you would get from the deputy that's getting there. And then if the supervisor gets there and realizes we don't need this person, then they can go back and maybe hang till the Central, handle any calls that would come in while we're dealing with this up here.
Okay. And then the suicide call that you were asked about, where the sergeant was 3 or 4 miles away and was the closest deputy. What's her obligation in that situation?
Based on what I know on that call, she should have responded. I mean, she was the closest car. She waited for the two furthest deputies to go to respond to that call, what I remember of it. Again, I would have to read the documents to refresh my memory on that. But.
And then you were questioned about CIT training and animal training. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
That would be training that Sergeant Benner herself has went through. Is that right?
That is true.
Both of them?
Yes.
So does she have training that other deputies have?
Well, not all of them got CIT training, not all of them got animal training.
So she's got more training than the other deputies have?
That is correct.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Chief, you can stand down, thank you.
Okay.
I would remind you are still under subpoena. Mike, who you call?
Okay. Where do these go?
I'll just leave them if you would, please. All right, in terms of housekeeping, it's 4:20. The court is open to going a bit longer. I mean, normally we would quit at 4:30. There's conflicting, and I'm talking to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. There's conflicting interests here, okay, as I see it. There's an interest in getting this trial done so that it doesn't go an extra day, because the court has lots of other things to do, and I'm sure all of you do as well. And then there's the interest of, not going too long to where people start to lose attentiveness or get tired, and maybe jurors weren't expecting to go long into the evening and have other things to do at home. So I'm going to rely on the jury to tell me whether or not you're comfortable going on a bit longer in the interest of getting this done, or if we've got a situation where some of you need to leave, because normally we would quit at 4:30, and I'm open to going a bit longer, even though personally I don't feel particularly well. Anybody have something they have to do in the next 45 minutes? Is everybody comfortable with doing another witness? Do you have a quick one?
I've got multiple quick ones, Judge.
Would you mind calling one of those?
Absolutely. Deputy Taylor.
Turn and face me, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm testimony you're about to give in this case be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. If so, say I do. Have a seat, please. Watch your step and go through the... You're a little soft-spoken, sir. Just speak up. There's your microphone.
Hey, Judge, sir, can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sean Taylor, Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, are you employed?
Am I employed currently? Yes.
Where are you employed at?
Milan Police Department?
Were you employed by the Ashland County Sheriff's Office in November of 2021?
Yes.
What capacity?
Deputy Sheriff?
Can you tell us the training that you went through to become deputy?
Standard Police Academy, and then specialized training once you get to the job.
You complete all that training successfully?
Correct.
The Ashland County Sheriff's Office has a standard operating procedure manual, is that right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
I was when I worked there. I haven't worked there in almost a year.
Okay. As of November 3rd of 2021, were you current enough to done all your training requirements?
Yes.
Were you employed and working as a sheriff's deputy on that date?
Yes.
Dressed in the uniform of the day?
Correct.
Do you recall what kind of radio device that you were equipped with?
What do you mean radio device?
Did you have a portable radio?
Yeah.
Did you have an in-car radio?
Correct.
So when you're on duty, you're required to have that portable radio on at all times?
Correct.
Do you recall if you were wearing a body-worn camera?
Pretty sure.
Do you recall your shift on November 3rd, 2021?
Vaguely.
Do you know what your assigned zone was?
I don't remember what the assigned zones were for that day now.
Do you recall the other deputies that you were working on your shift with that day?
Nope.
You know, was there a deputy assigned to a supervisory role?
Yes.
Do you know who it was?
Sergeant Benner.
So that day it was you, Sergeant Benner, and somebody else.
That could have even been it at that day. I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. At some point during your shift, you were dispatched to a domestic violence call, is that right?
Correct.
Were you made aware of the circumstances of that call?
What do you mean?
Any of the specifics about what was going on for the domestic violence call?
I don't recall.
You know the location of that call?
The address? No, I don't.
When you were working at the sheriff's office, were domestic violence calls a two-deputy response?
Yes.
Any other deputies respond to assist you?
Not that I can recall.
Were you aware of the defendant and defender's location at the time you were responding to the domestic?
I believe we were all on station when the call came out, I think.
I'm sorry, officer, I missed that. What did you say?
I said I believe we were all on station when the call came out.
You were on station?
I think. I'm not 100%.
All right, thank you.
When you were dispatched to the domestic violence call, do you recall when you began responding or en route to that call?
No. I mean, I got the call and I left. I don't know what you mean.
Was there any delay in the time that you got the call and then responding to the call?
No.
So you responded immediately?
Yes.
When you arrived, were there any other deputies on site?
No.
Did any deputies arrive after you?
Not that I recall.
Did Sergeant Benner at any time arrive at that call?
Not that I recall.
Nothing further.
Cross the street, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Taylor, do you, I guess, recall the circumstances involved that it was a granddaughter pushing a grandfather down?
Yes.
Or possible fractured wrist?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived, you spoke to the parties, right?
Correct.
And grandpa was taken to the hospital,
Correct.
right? Granddaughter stayed at the residence that night. She wasn't arrested. She was a minor, right?
Correct.
You took the report and forwarded it to the prosecutor for determination,
Correct.
right? So you being there, you basically halted the commission of any crime, right?
Correct.
You figured it out. You apprehended the offender by knowing who it was and sent the paperwork over.
Correct.
And as you sit here today, can you recall whether Cindy Benner had already gone to another call?
I honestly don't know. This call was 2 years ago. I don't know.
Just a moment.
Sure.
I have nothing further to say, thank you.
Any regret?
No objection.
You anticipate recalling Officer Taylor, Mr. Moon?
No, I do not, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Neither of you do.
No.
Officer Taylor, I appreciate you being here today. You're excused. Please. Mr. Moon, that was quick. You have another one?
Nicole Clark.
Nicole Clark, Captain?
Yes, sir.
Mine's 6. Mine's 6. Let's say that list. Nicole Clark, at the time, it was Nicole Sklenica.
Oh, okay. I think it should be 6 because you stuck one in there that you did not.
Oh, exhibits?
Yeah, I believe I'm on
1 through 5.
Yeah.
She's dispatcher. The CFS command log.
I'm gonna go through the work and right over this way. I'll have you stand between the microphones. Stand right here for me, face me, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this case, be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
I do.
Have a seat, please. Watch your step when we go through the door. Your microphone, just speak up.
Any questions, Mr. Moon?
Thank you, ma'am. Can you please state your name, spell your last name?
My name is Nicole Clark, formerly Sklenica.
Is it Clark with an E?
No,
And can you spell Sklenica for us?
Sklenicka.
And you go by Clark? In November of 2022, were you employed?
Yes,
And what capacity?
I was a dispatcher for Ashland County.
Did you undergo training to become a dispatcher?
Yes,
Can you tell us what that training consisted of?
I was in training for approximately 4 months of different types of call handling, depending on radio traffic.
Okay. And do you have any ongoing training requirements as a dispatcher?
We still had continuing education.
And, excuse me, on November 2nd of 2022, were you currently up to date on all your training?
Yes,
Do you recall if you were working that day?
yes.
Do you recall which deputies were on duty that day?
Not completely because I had just come on duty. I was on duty, I came on at 11 o'clock.
Okay. Do you recall receiving a call for service regarding a suicidal male with a firearm?
Yes,
Did you sign any particular deputies with that call?
I signed Sergeant Hale to it because when I received the call, the female on the other line stated she had already spoke with him earlier in the night.
Did you know who responded to the call?
I know that, per my notes through the call, Sergeant Hale responded and now it's Sergeant Saylor. It was Deputy Sailor at the time.
Do you know how long that they were on scene?
Not offhand, no.
Yeah, approach, Judge.
Man.
Ma'am, I'm showing what I've marked as State's Exhibit 6. If you could look at that and tell me if you're familiar with that document.
It's one of our calls for service. It's the call for service for that night.
And if you could look at the command log on the second page, is there an all call regarding the specifics of the suicidal man gun?
Yes.
And does all call mean that that information goes out to all the deputies that are on duty to their in-car laptop?
It does.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. You did indicate that Sergeant Hale responded to that all call, is that correct? Indicating that he had been there earlier in the evening.
That's what the female had told me. I wasn't there.
And, as a dispatcher, I'm sure you receive calls from maybe the same households or same individuals, is that correct? Then, I'm sorry, you're just recording this.
Oh, yes, sorry.
That's okay. And in your experience with that, if there's a good rapport between the officer and that household or individual, it makes sense to send that same officer back.
If it's from the same situation, yeah.
Okay. And how long, in November of 2022, has he been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
I was at almost 5 years. November 11th is my anniversary date.
Okay. So you were already, I guess, working before they got the Central Square Technologies system?
Yeah, I got trained on the first system we had, and that was the second system.
Okay. So what was the first system called? Do you remember?
No.
Was it Zerger or?
Zerker was what we had at that time, but the first system, we had buttons all the way across. I have no idea what it was.
So you got trained on this in putting this information. So that all call that goes out only goes to the deputy's car computer, correct? So they have to be in it to read it or make sure that they're reading it.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any sound response or anything when those come up, or is it?
I don't know what it does in their cars.
Okay. And to your understanding, this particular evening, the deputies went to the call and investigated, and there was no arrests or anything made.
Correct.
And in fact, I believe you made notes about the fact that at least one of the deputies was speaking to the individual, giving him a business card and encouraging him to call if there's any issue.
No. Deputy Sailor made both those notes on here.
Oh, he made those notes?
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay, so the officer, or the deputies in the cars can actually type in and it comes right up on your log system?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, so not everything in these are always typed by dispatch?
Right. That's why it puts our names on there.
Okay, because I guess where I'm just confused, because like next to at 11, I guess it says 235835?
Yeah, that says Dan Sailor. It was an all call because of the way he logged it. But that was his typing in. If you look at above that, that's where you can see where I typed in. See, there's my name.
Oh,
there's
mine didn't have these names. Okay. Are there times that these CFS reports don't put the name of the person typing?
I don't know. I was never on that side of it.
Okay. Yeah, for some reason my copy doesn't have.
That's not the command log. That's something different.
It's not?
No, it'll say command log at the top.
Oh, okay.
So I understand the call was handled, done, no problems, right?
As far as I understood, yes.
And if something went bad, you'd be the first one to know about it, right?
We would hope so.
And you knew Cindy Benner to be the sergeant on second shift, is that correct?
Yes.
And as a sergeant on second shift, she was basically the supervisor?
Yes.
And in your experience as a dispatcher, are there times in which some of the deputies, as they're out in the county, go into like a drop zone for radio or cell phones, or are there dead zones around?
Occasionally, I think they're farther south, usually.
Okay. But there are places in the county where there's trouble, right?
There have been, yeah.
Yeah. And also, there's an issue happens if the, I guess the internet goes out in their car, or it can lose internet, or...
I don't know.
You don't know anything about it?
I don't know anything about their car.
So you can't tell from your side of things if they lose their internet?
Right.
Okay. I have nothing further, thank you.
Just one, Ms. Clark, you said that you assigned Sergeant Hale.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall how you communicated with him to assign to that call?
I have no idea.
Yes, radio?
It would have been radio or phone. It would have either been for him to call in to me, or I would have put him out to it.
Okay, so you said radio or phone?
Yeah.
All right. Nothing further, Judge.
Anticipate recalling this witness?
I do not.
Okay, Mayor.
I do not, you're released from this subpoena, thank you.
Thank you for being here today. You're released.
Thank you.
Mr. Long, you got another brief one?
I do. Macy Winrick?
Counsel?
Yes.
You can leave that up there.
Oh, okay.
Do not take my exhibits.
Judge, I get states free.
All the ones I had are probably right there.
With me, I just want to make sure.
If you would stand right here, please, face me, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this case be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, if so say I do?
I do.
Have a seat, please. Go through the door, just watch your step. Your microphone, just speak up.
May inquire, Mr. Long.
Ma'am, can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Macy Winrick, W-E-N-R-I-C-H.
Ma'am, are you employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
Currently at the barber shop.
In November of 2021, were you employed at the Ashland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
What was your position there?
A dispatcher.
Can you tell us if you were required to go through training to become a dispatcher?
Yes.
you tell us what that training consisted of?
It was on-the-job training for, I want to say 4 months, and then I also, probably about 2 years in, I went through some remedial training as well to get extra training from there. So in total, probably about 9 months of training.
And did you have any ongoing or yearly training requirements?
Yes, we had credit hours that we had to obtain every year.
Okay. On November 3rd of 2021, were you current and up to date on all of your training?
Yes.
Were you working that day? Ms.
Yes.
Winrick? What was your shift?
I was working second shift, so it was 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Do you recall which deputies were on duty that day?
I believe it was Deputy Hall, Sergeant Benner, and Deputy Taylor.
Okay. Did you receive a call for service regarding a domestic violence?
Yes.
Yeah, Coach. Judge, this is states 3. And Ms. Winrick, do you recall the circumstances of that domestic violence call?
Somewhat, yes. We've had a few of the same instances.
If you could review State Specific 3 for me. Are you familiar with that command log?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with it?
That is our standard command log that we record everything in that's happening for the call.
Do you recall, or do you know from that document what time the call came in?
Yes.
What time was that?
The new call was started at 16:16 and 39 seconds.
So 4:16 in the afternoon, is that right? Did you assign a particular deputy to that call?
I had given, it doesn't show in the call log, but we had given a call out over the radio. I don't recall which unit I had given it out specifically to. In the call record, it does state that 326 was en route, so we had given it out over the radio, and 326 had stated they were en route.
So if you had put the call out over the radio, that would have went to all 3 deputies that were on duty. Can you tell us the address of that domestic, Ms. Winrick?
It was 1044 County Road 2075.
Do you know which zone that would have been in?
I believe it's either central or south.
Either way, it's on the lower end of the central zone or the higher end of the southern.
Yes.
And does it appear from that document with Ms. Winrick that Sergeant Benner ever responded in any fashion?
No.
Thank you. Not a question, Judge.
Good afternoon. Your memory, or your recollection is that you did when that call came in, how do you know you did it on the radio, I guess? What's telling you put it out on the radio versus the all call that you put here in the command log?
Well, for us to give a call out, like for someone to go en route, we would have had to give it over the radio. So it has to be call for service, give it out over the radio, and then someone responds to it. They wouldn't know to respond unless we gave it out over the radio.
Okay. So, and you got a response from Deputy Taylor, is that correct?
Yes.
And Matt Bertram, I'm marking this as Defendant's Exhibit A. Can you review that real quick and tell me what that is?
That would be a call for service log looks previously, or prior to this call that we're speaking about, there was a call for service log that Sergeant Menor was dispatched to.
Okay, she was specifically dispatched, and in what zone was that?
That would have been the central zone.
Okay, and the first, or the second one to Deputy Taylor, what zone was that in? Would you indicate?
It does say the south zone, yes.
Okay, and he reported, and at the, at the conclusion of his interaction there, the indication is that the grandfather went to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And the minor granddaughter remained at the residence?
Correct.
And what does it mean report will be forwarded to the prosecutor?
That's something they use. I don't have anything to do with their reporting or with domestics or anything like that. I know a little bit. When there's a domestic involved, I know they have to have a further report from that, but outside of what's in our call log, I don't.
Okay, but basically from your side of things, the call was finished?
Yes.
Would you call it a successful finish?
Yes and no. We deal with that family a lot, so it's hard to say yes, it was successfully
that
finished.
particular event?
At that time, yes.
Okay. And do you recall if that's somebody that Deputy Taylor had a lot of contact with? Only if you remember.
Yeah, I don't know.
No worries. I have nothing further, thank you.
Yeah, you're good.
No.
Anticipate recalling this witness, Mr. Brown?
I do not.
Dear Mayor.
I do not, you're released from my subpoena, thank you very much.
You are excused, thanks for being here. Watch your step. I think that's close enough to 5 o'clock that I'm going to call it today. I was checking with Mr. Schwartz on the jail population, they're at 122. So that tells me we'll have inmates to do in the morning. Court usually deals with inmates at 8 o'clock. So I will deal with my inmates at 8 o'clock, and I'm going to ask the jury to be here by 8:45, and we will reconvene this trial at 9 o'clock a.m. tomorrow after the court finishes inmates. Be mindful of the instructions of the court, please. Don't be tempted to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Don't let anybody discuss it with you. Do not partake of any media accounts that you might encounter, and we will see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Mr. Craftsman, could you see the majority, please?
Yes, sir. All rise for the jury, please.
I'm going to ask you to take charge of your exhibits until they're admitted. Okay. And you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, be seated, everyone. We remain on the record outside the presence of the jury. Any other matters the court needs to deal with today, Mr. Long?
Not so much, Judge. We did get a witness list from the defense. That's it.
Terry Mayor, anything further from you at this point?
Not at this point, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Thank you both. I appreciate the expedient way this has been handled. We're in recess till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.